This is Ardons Story, and it was the brainchild of Brittany Vandermeulen. She gave me a list of questions, I think like 100 questions to answer. I chose a few of those to answer, then I added some of my own, and it begins with this question: what is your full name, and why were you named that? Did you have a nickname growing up? My full name is Ardon Dwayne Albrecht. I was born on September 2nd, 1936, in Burlington, Wisconsin. Ardon is a Hebrew name used only once in the Bible. 1 Chronicles chapter 2, verse 18 says, Caleb, the son of Hezron, fathered children by his wife Azubah and by Jerioth, and these were her sons, Jesher, Shobab, and Ardon. Now that makes Ardon the great-great-grandson of Judah. Judah was one of the 12 sons of Jacob. Today in Israel, Ardon is sometimes a last name. A prime example is Mordecai Ardon, a famous Israeli painter now deceased, although I should add in Israel they pronounce it Ardon. Dwayne was originally chosen by my parents as my first name, but a cousin born shortly before me was given the name Dwayne. And even though the spelling was different from the spelling my parents were going to give me, it prompted my parents to find a new first name for me and give me Dwayne as a middle name. I didn't have a nickname until I attended Concordia College in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and their classmates called me Albs, A-L-B-S, short for Albrecht. The next question: what were the full names, dates of birth, and places of birth of your parents and grandparents? My father's full name was Franklin William Albrecht. He was born on January 4th, 1900, in Burlington, Wisconsin. He was the son of William F. Albrecht, who was born in Germany on March 9th, 1871, and Ida Rabine Albrecht, who was born in Burlington, Wisconsin on April 15th, 1876. William and Ida owned a farm near Burlington. Ida died on February 16th, 1940, and William died 3 years later on September 27th, 1943. After their deaths, the farm was eventually sold to Nash as a proving ground and crash testing center for Nash automobiles. My mother's full name was Esther Marie Christine Bratz. She was born on March 14th, 1909, and grew up on a farm in the town of Grant, Clark County, Wisconsin. Her parents were Herman Emil Bratz and Nellie Rigi Bratz. Esther was the first of 6 children. She dictated memories of her life to me, which I turned into Esther's Story, which is a 47-page booklet printed in August 2000 with graphic work done by my daughter Rebecca Albrecht. Next question: what were the occupations of your parents? My father became a Lutheran pastor. He studied at Luther Seminary in St. Paul, Minnesota, graduating in 1932 at the depth of the Great Depression. Because of the economy, many of the graduates did not get calls to a congregation that year, and Franklin was one of them. An older pastor took Franklin under his wings and urged him to start a mission congregation on the south side of Racine, Wisconsin, pledging his help. The church was named the Church of the Redeemer. Early on, Esther planned to become a teacher. Following high school, she took teaching courses for 2 years. Armed with an AA degree, she was now equipped to become an elementary school teacher. Her first school had 32 first through 8th grade students crammed into one room. And her salary for teaching all 8 grades was $88 a month. After meeting Franklin, the two dated during his final seminary years and were married at Esther's church on June 26, 1932, following his graduation from the seminary. Months later, she would take $400 from her teaching nest egg to help Franklin start the mission in Racine. Next question. What do you remember most about your mother, and what do you remember most about your father? What I remember most about both of them occurred on November 25th, 1946. Franklin had recently resigned from the ministry. This was after leaving Racine in 1938 to accept a call to a rural congregation in Wiefken, Wisconsin, and a few years later accepting another call to Cicero, Wisconsin. Free from pastoral responsibilities that fall of 1946, after he resigned from the ministry, he decided to go deer hunting with Esther's father and brothers. At this point, my mother was teaching in Briarton's one-room schoolhouse not far from Cicero, and I was one of her 5th grade students. Suddenly, the owner of Briarton's only grocery store rushed in, interrupting the class session. He whispered something into my mother's ear. Growing pale, she rose to her feet ever so slowly, and then exclaimed hoarsely, "My husband's been shot. School is over." I ran up to her and asked desperately, "He isn't dead, is he?" She answered, "No, but he is seriously wounded." Hours later, my grandfather arrived to transport my mother, my 4-year-old sister, and me to the hospital where they had taken my father. As we raced through the night in his pre-war Ford sedan, I prayed over and over again, "God, don't let him die. Please, don't let him die." When my grandfather parked at the cement steps in front of the hospital, I was the first one out. Bounding up the steps, I threw open the heavy wooden entrance door and then stopped dead in my tracks. My uncles were standing in the hallway, eerily silent, looking down. My mother rushed past me, asking what room Franklin was in, and after what seemed like an eternity, she came out, tears streaming. We had arrived 15 minutes too late. I didn't have the emotional strength to go into my father's hospital room. I would not see his body until it lay in a casket. Funeral services were held in the Granton Church where Franklin and Esther had been married. And then on Thanksgiving Day, Franklin's remains were transported to the Albrecht cemetery plot outside of Burlington. Esther remembered it as the first Thanksgiving Day that she found it hard to be thankful. Months later, the hunter who had been in a different hunting party than my father's, and whose errant bullet had missed a deer, fragmented on a rock, and then struck my father in the chest, that hunter visited us in our home. Burdened with guilt, he tearfully begged my mother for forgiveness. I remember how graciously she gave it. As a 10-year-old, I had difficulty accepting that my father was really dead. For more than a year, when my mother would drive my little sister and me to town on a shopping trip, I would swear that a man walking ahead of us on the sidewalk was my dad, still alive. And then as we drove past, I saw that it wasn't him after all. This illusion, or you might call it disillusion, occurred several times. The next question. What do you remember most about your grandparents? I have no memories of my father's parents, but I have clear memories of both Grandpa Herman Bratz and Grandma Nellie. Some of the juiciest memories of Grandpa are only memories of what I was told because I hadn't yet been born to witness them. It came at the height of Prohibition from 1920 to 1933. For a farmer, Grandpa Bratz was somewhat of a local celebrity because he held a part-time position with Clark County. What certainly increased his celebrity status was the bootleg liquor in the shed where he kept his car, and the delight he apparently exuded in sharing it free of charge with citizens of that county. Grandma Nellie's mother, my great-grandma Rigi, a native of Norway, was an outspoken teetotaler. She fairly bristled at Grandpa Herman's transgressions and shared her feelings with Nellie and Esther, but of course to no avail. My eyewitness memories of Grandpa Herman came much later in his life. He had grown too old for farming and had handed the farm over to his son Victor. Now he and Nellie lived in a small rented rural house. Once, when my mother and sister went to visit them, he decided to take me fishing. I may have been about 11 at the time. My mother had given me some change before we left, which I put into my pocket. And after a hot hour or two sitting on the river bank without a nibble, Grandpa decided to take me to a tavern on the way home. And while he ordered a beer, I ordered a soda. We called it pop in those days. When the bartender brought out my pop, I handed him the change my mother had given me. What I cannot forget was how insulted Grandpa Herman Bratz was. "You think your grandpa can't buy you a bottle of pop?" he snorted. Had I known how Grandpa had delighted in sharing his bootleg liquor free of charge with his friends during Prohibition, I might have appreciated the insult he felt in me trying to pay for my own non-alcoholic drink. Grandpa died at the age of 76 on July 19, 1957. Grandma Nellie outlived Herman by a number of years. After his death, she took turns staying with each of her 3 sons for a couple of months, and then a couple of months with her daughter Esther, my mother. It was during her stays with my mother that I remember her most clearly. What a kind and gentle lady she was. The flu epidemic that killed 50 million people in 1918 and 1919 and affected 500 million people worldwide, that flu epidemic did not leave Nellie untouched. The virus left her with a hacking cough that plagued her until the day she died. I remember that cough. But I also remember that it did not dim her spirits or lessen her kindness, nor did it keep her from hard work, making her own laundry soap, and doing laundry by hand on a washboard at the small rural house she and Herman had rented. Most of all, I remember when she came to stay with us months at a time after my mother's second marriage to Oscar Treichler, who was a man 27 years my mother's senior. Later on, as Oscar developed dementia and my mother developed cabin fever tending to him, she sometimes left Oscar in the care of Nellie. Nellie assumed that task as she did all others without complaint. Grandma died at 85 years of age on May 16th, 1965. Next question. Are there any other family members you particularly remember? If so, what makes them stand out in your mind? My Aunt Anne and Uncle Richard Rathbun stand out most vividly. Aunt Anne, born on June 2, 1912, was Franklin's youngest sister. She married Richard Rathbun, and the couple took up residence in Glen Ellen, Illinois. Both were devout Christians who were also the most fun-loving people I've ever met. I called Uncle Richard my crazy uncle because he was constantly spouting the craziest, most inane jokes. This is one of his favorites that he used over and over again. I stuck up for you the other day. Someone said you weren't fit to eat with the pigs. And I said, you were. My sister Ardith and I lived with them for many months, beginning in the summer of 1948. It was that summer that Esther, who had only an AA teaching degree, had to update and augment her education at the University of Wisconsin in order to continue teaching. The state of Wisconsin required it. Esther chose the university branch at Oshkosh, Wisconsin, because she could stay with her Aunt Emma and Uncle Clayt Hubbard, who lived in that city. Ardith, who was nearing 6, and I, who was nearing 12, were invited to spend the summer at our Albrecht relatives, a week with each aunt or uncle, and the rest of the time with Aunt Anne and Uncle Richard Rathbun. The rest of the time stretched into early fall, long after any of us had expected, because Oscar Treichler began courting Esther, then proposed marriage, and ultimately purchased a home for the 4 of us in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin. We had very infrequent communication with our mother during that summer and fall, and Aunt Anne and Uncle Richard became our surrogate parents, caring for our spiritual as well as our physical needs. They enrolled Ardith and me in Sunday school, where we were joined by their 2 children, Ronnie and Diane. In September, they saw to it that I began my first year of confirmation. I usually sat next to Uncle Richard in the Sunday worship service. If his jokes were crazy, the way he expressed his faith certainly wasn't. He prayed with the spiritual conviction of a saint of God, and he sang hymns with the dynamism of an opera star. Aunt Anne was his equal spiritually. She had been Franklin's youngest, and she guessed his favorite sister. She spoke of him adoringly. Knowing that I was already thinking of studying to become a pastor, she hoped that someday she would see me carry on where he left off. When I enrolled in Concordia College in Milwaukee, a prep school for the ministry, none could be prouder than Aunt Anne, except perhaps Uncle Richard. Next question. How many children were in your family? What are their full names? Can you tell me a story or a special memory about your brothers or sisters? Well, there were only two of us, my sister and me. The name given her at birth was Ardons Ann Albrecht. Her married name was Wismar. She was born on November 21st, 1942. The first special memory I have of her was her birth. It was not in a hospital, but at home in Wiefken, Wisconsin. This is the background. Franklin's health had become a matter of such concern that he took a leave of absence from his rural congregation in Wiefken to undergo medical treatment at Mayo Clinic in Rochester, Minnesota. He was diagnosed with diabetes, which could be alleviated by a sugar-free diet, but also a bad hip, injured in childhood, for which they had no remedy. During his leave of absence from the ministry, he moved out of the parsonage to a small vacant house down the road that belonged to a farmer, John Miller. When Esther's due date arrived, I was invited to spend time at Miller's house, while Mrs. Miller spent time at our house, serving as a midwife. When I was invited back home, I had a little sister. As a 6-year-old, I had no clue how it happened. It seemed like magic. If Ardith seemed like a magic child at birth, she proved to be much more than that as she grew older. Her bag of tricks included following me wherever I went, and adoring me as little sisters often adore their older brothers. She is still one of my biggest fans. She was also one of Esther's biggest fans, deciding to follow in her mother's career footsteps by becoming a teacher. After high school, Ardith enrolled at Concordia Teachers College, River Forest, Illinois, and there she met and fell in love with an upperclassman, Richard Waldemar Wismar IV. They were married on November 28, 1964. Rich received a call first to Great Bend, Kansas, where he served a congregation as director of Christian education, and then a later call to Baton Rouge, Louisiana, where he became a principal of a Lutheran elementary school. In the process, Ardith's plans changed from teaching to being Richard's major cheerleader as wife and mother. Fast forward about 30 years. Richard had received his doctorate and was now a professor at Concordia College in Portland, Oregon. Esther was 88, living alone in Wisconsin. She had grown frail and was falling repeatedly, and it was now the magic child, Ardith, now nearing 55, who had the solution. Esther would come and live with her and Rich. And so I went to Wisconsin, prepared my mother's possessions for pickup by a moving company, and then I drove her and her car to Portland. It was August of 1997. Esther would live happily with Ardith and Rich for more than 6 years until her death on January 13th, 2004. The next question: what was your first job? How much money did you make? Did you work during high school? What was your first car? And how much did it cost? That's several questions, it seems to me. Well, my first job was at Sunny Hill Nursery in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin. We were living in the house that Oscar Treichler and our mother had purchased when they married and sent for Ardith and me to return from our lengthy stay with Uncle Richard and Aunt Ann. I became close friends with Herbert Killian, a classmate in my freshman year at Menomonee Falls High School. His father owned Sunny Hill Nursery. He asked his son to find someone his age to work with him, and Herbert chose me. The pay was 60 cents an hour. On weekends in the spring, when people began thinking of planting trees or shrubs in their yards, my job was helping to sell those items. In the summer, Herbert and I worked 5 days a week weeding acres and acres of plants armed with a common garden hoe. I kept that job through my high school years, even when I transferred from Menomonee Falls High School to Concordia College, Milwaukee, beginning in my sophomore year. Concordia was a boys' school designed to prepare young men for the preaching and teaching ministries in the Lutheran Church. It was a 6-year school, 4 years of high school, and 2 of junior college. Upon successful graduation, the next step was seminary for students bound for the pastoral ministry. Since I came home to Menomonee Falls every weekend during the school year, I was always available to help out at Sunny Hill Nursery. I don't remember if my salary ever rose as high as $1 an hour, but since I spent very little, I saved enough to buy the most basic new 1956 Chevy when I left for the seminary in St. Louis in the fall of 1956. That brand new Chevy cost less than $2,000. Next question. What was the seminary like? It was very much like Concordia College, Milwaukee, but with far more emphasis on theology. Concordia College's curriculum was based on the German gymnasium model. It featured heavy concentrations of languages and liberal arts. For example, 6 years of German, 6 years of Latin, 4 years of classical Greek, and a sprinkling of liberal arts courses like English literature, science, sociology, and of course, religion. Concordia Seminary's curriculum centered mainly on theology. Here's a small sampling. In-depth study of Old and New Testament books, dogmatics, evangelism, church history, missions, Christian education, and of course preaching. It assumed a student could handle languages well enough to read Luther in the original German, to read the Lutheran confessions in both their Latin and German versions, to read the New Testament in the original Greek, and the Old Testament in the original Hebrew. Well, since Hebrew hadn't been offered at Concordia College, Milwaukee, a year of Hebrew confronted the student in his first year at the seminary. For me, this meant study, study, study. I could get an A if I studied really hard, but I would get a C if I didn't. Well, since I never got a C, you can imagine how hard I hit the books. A pleasant break was morning and evening chapel, offered Monday through Friday. Seminary professors always led in morning chapel, which was invariably deeply insightful and deeply spiritual. I loved it. Evening chapel was usually led by students in the upper grades and was beautiful in its own way. If you can imagine a chorus of 400 male seminarians, not just singing hymns, but singing them with all their strength morning and evening, you can understand the chills that often ran up and down my spine. Then there was field work. 3 or 4 of us students were assigned to a church in the wider St. Louis area where we worshiped and assisted the pastor in ways of his choosing each Sunday. That was called field work. The ultimate field work experience was called vicarage. It was a year or two when a student was assigned by the seminary to a Lutheran congregation anywhere in the U.S. as an intern, learning to do everything a seasoned pastor did. And this preceded a return to the seminary for a final year before graduation, and then call day, when every student was given a divine call to a ministry here in the U.S. or overseas. Next question. How did you meet Edith? Tell us about that. I had chosen a 2-year vicarage, and it was on my first vicarage at St. Paul's in the Bronx that I met Edith. St. Paul requested a vicar. You recall that means a student intern. They requested a vicar every year, and the seminary invariably sent them one. Since the seminary at that time did not allow vicars to be married, they were eligible bachelors, at least from the point of view of the single females in the congregations. As a result, St. Paul's had a long history of their vicars courting and often becoming engaged to eligible young women from the church. When I arrived at St. Paul's in the fall of 1959, the congregation's single women of my age clearly viewed me as an eligible bachelor. Several of them gathered around me at a fall church event, hoping to draw my attention to themselves as eligible bachelorettes. But not Edith. She remained in a seat far in the back. She remembers a member of the congregation, a ladies' man in his 20s, saying to her, "You'll never get him that way." He was wrong. I saw her sitting there, and I left the group of young women around me, took a seat beside her, and asked, "What's your name?" That simple question marked the beginning of our courtship. I was in love with Edith from our very first date. Some of those dates had to be right after I made pastoral calls while still dressed in a black suit and clerical collar. As we held hands walking down the street, I must have looked like a young Roman Catholic priest yielding to temptation. Some people gave us uncharitable looks as we passed by. Edith loved it. She had a penchant for appearing a little naughty. Since I had never been in New York before, I wanted to take in some of the tourist sites. The Statue of Liberty was high on my list. Come to find out, Edith had never seen the grand old lady close up, so it made a perfect date. We also took in a couple of Broadway musicals, wonderful ones like My Fair Lady and Oklahoma. It was Good Friday when I proposed, and presented Edith with a ring. Hardly the most appropriate day on the church calendar to do so. Easter would have made more sense, but I didn't feel like waiting. We were married at St. Paul's, with the seminary's permission, on August 21st, 1960, as my vicarage at St. Paul ended and my second vicarage at True Light in Chinatown, New York, was soon to begin. Next question. Tell us about the wedding and your honeymoon. Edith's parents, Hans and Catherine Spillner, worked with her in planning as perfect a wedding as one can imagine, including a reception at one of New York's most famous and elegant German restaurants, Luchau's. My mother, Ardith, and even Grandma Nellie Bratz came from Menomonee Falls. It was the first time Grandma Nellie had flown. Uncle Richard and Aunt Ann also came, driving all the way from Illinois in their new Buick. Edith chose her best friend Doris Taylor as her maid of honor, and I chose Richard Scheiderer, a seminary classmate who happened to be vicaring in another part of New York City, as my best man. Pastor Arthur Weber, the pastor under whom I had vicared for nearly a year, performed the ceremony. Was I nervous? Well, so nervous that I arrived at St. Paul's without the wedding ring. My best man valiantly rushed back to the quarters where I lived to get it. Herbert Killian and his parents from Sunny Hill nursery days lent us their cottage in Eagle River, Wisconsin, for our honeymoon. Edith cannot forget the fact that it had no indoor plumbing, but only an outhouse. That was old hat for me. What sticks in my mind was the movie my bride and I saw in Eagle River. It was that spine-tingler, Psycho. Surely it was one of the most frightening movies that Alfred Hitchcock ever directed. As we drove back to the cottage in pouring rain, maneuvering the car cautiously on the narrow, unlit, sandy road bordered by pitch-black trees, we could almost see the psycho, Anthony Perkins, jumping out in front of us to put a quick end to our honeymoon and to our lives. Needless to say, we snuggled close in bed that night. Next question. Tell us about your second vicarage in Chinatown, New York. My second vicarage was vastly different from my first vicarage in the Bronx. There I had taught confirmation class, made scores of visitation calls on parents of Sunday school children each month, and read devotions and prayed with the sick and the shut-ins. In keeping with the vicarage manual, I also preached at least once a month. St. Paul's had two services, the early service in German to accommodate German immigrants, and a late service in English. A German-speaking professor from Concordia College in Bronxville, New York, not far away, normally handled the German service, but one Sunday he wasn't available, and I had to preach in German. Well, that was no easy task. The German I learned at Concordia College, Milwaukee, was geared toward translating German literature into English. It was not intended to teach the student to speak fluent German. Fortunately, the German-born wife of St. Paul's maintenance man was available to help me work on the sermon manuscript so it didn't sound like gebrochenes Deutsch, which means broken German. Where the challenge at St. Paul's in the Bronx was German, the challenge at True Light Lutheran Church in Chinatown, New York, was Chinese, specifically Cantonese Chinese. True Light, like St. Paul's, had two Sunday services. The early service was the Cantonese service, and the late service the English one. There was no professor from Concordia, Bronxville to handle the Cantonese service, nor could the pastor of True Light, Reverend Ernest Kunch, handle it single-handedly, because he had only recently accepted the call to True Light. It was midway during my vicarage at St. Paul's that he accepted that call. Well, not only was he new, but he spoke no Cantonese. Whether Pastor Kunch or I was on deck on a given Sunday to preach for the Cantonese service, we relied on a Cantonese layman to translate for us sentence by sentence. True Light had recently acquired a church secretary in her 20s who was born and raised in China's Canton province. Wanner Yi was her name. She spoke both English and Cantonese perfectly. I asked her if she would teach me to distribute Holy Communion using Cantonese for the words of distribution, so at least I could do that at the Cantonese service without an interpreter. She happily did. That was my baptism into the Chinese language. When I made visitation calls in Chinatown, Wanner would accompany me, especially when it involved Cantonese-speaking households. And when Pastor Kunch made calls, he used her as well. And when I led an outing for Sunday school-aged children, it would be Wanner who would come along to translate for the sake of children newly arrived from China. Wanner became such a valuable and trusted friend that I asked her to be one of the godparents for our first child, Kim, born to Edith and me in May. The other godparent was Reverend Dwight Ong, a son of True Light congregation. Dwight was the epitome of an iconoclast, a joyful, fun-loving iconoclast. Having graduated from Concordia Seminary, St. Louis, he received a call to a congregation in Wyoming, a very traditional congregation. Dwight was traditional theologically, but anything but traditional in everything else. He arrived at his congregation in his bright green Triumph sports car, dressed in a clergy collar, black shorts, and cowboy boots. When he pulled cases of wine from the back of his open-top Triumph, his welcoming party sensed he wouldn't last. He didn't. A few months after Edith and I arrived at True Light for my second vicarage, Dwight came knocking at our door. He was back from Wyoming, back permanently. For us, it was a plus. He became a dear friend. Edith continued working after our marriage. She was an executive secretary for a company not far from Wall Street, which in turn was not far from True Light, actually within walking distance. True Light was a multi-storied building, and we lived in a tiny one-room apartment on the second floor. Edith's father, Hans, had helped us turn it from the mimeograph room it had been most recently into our home. Home meant quarters with a tiny kitchen, a bathroom with a tub, and a small area where we placed a 2-seater dining table and a couch that pulled out into a bed. Dwight seemed to sense those days when Edith, now pregnant, would arrive back from work, weary and in need of a lift. And that's when he would arrive in his open-top Triumph, come up to our apartment and say to Edith, "Let's go for a ride." Often that led to dinner out for 5 of us, Edith and me, Dwight, and 2 other youngish members of True Light with whom we had become fast friends. Dosi and Mo were their nicknames, and that's what they asked us to call them. That year in Chinatown taught us to love both Chinese cooking and the Chinese people. Back at the seminary a year later, we would find that God had given us the vicarage at True Light because he had much more in mind. An island off the coast of China was in God's plans. The next question. Tell us about that final year at the seminary. Living quarters for my final year at the seminary was off campus in an apartment complex that we called Birdland. Some of the lanes on which the apartments were situated were named after birds. Ours was Cardinal Terrace. An upstairs apartment was available with a kitchen, living room, bedroom and bath, and we took it. Compared to our tiny refurbished mimeograph room at True Light, we considered it spacious. Kim was now 4 months old, and while I was attending classes at the seminary, Edith would often bundle her up, put her in a baby buggy, and wheel her down the hill to a small shopping center where she would get groceries and other supplies. Since I used our '56 Chevy to get to the seminary, there was no motorized transportation for Edith. But since she had come from New York City, where the subway and other transportation was so convenient, like many other New Yorkers, she hadn't learned to drive, so it didn't seem a problem. Finances were very tight. Edith no longer worked outside the home, and I no longer had even a vicar's slim salary to tide us over. When classes ended for Christmas break, I found a job selling Christmas trees. That put a little money in our kitty and provided us with the most perfect Christmas tree we've ever had. Shortly after Christmas, Professor William Danker, the head of missions at the seminary, asked me to come to his office. He surprised me with this revelation. Quote, "The faculty is considering giving you an overseas assignment. We can't tell you where you will be sent, but we want to know if you would be willing to accept the call if you were given it. Please talk to your wife about it, pray about it with her, and let me know your decision." Well, Edith and I did pray about it, and basically this is the decision we came to. If God wants us to take an overseas assignment, who are we to say no? As spring arrived and call day approached, none of us graduating seminarians knew where we would be sent. The faculty had met with the district presidents of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, discussed the various calls to stateside congregations and the handful of calls from the Board of Missions, and then prayerfully chose graduating seminarians to fill each one of the calls. It was on call day when we would learn their decisions. Although it was theoretically possible that a seminarian could decline his call, it rarely happened. We believe that since each call had been so prayerfully matched with each student, it was a divine call. God was, in effect, calling. When I opened my call document with Edith at my side, our excitement was palpable. Had the faculty changed its mind and recommended that we be given a stateside call? If not, what overseas country would we find in the call document? We knew that we had missionaries in Latin America, in Africa, and even New Guinea. Would one of those be our destination? It wasn't. The call said Formosa. It also referred to the country as Taiwan. Our excitement turned to bafflement. We knew nothing about Taiwan, and we had never heard of Formosa, nor had our classmates. It took some research to discover that Formosa was short for Ilha Formosa in Portuguese. Apparently, Portuguese explorers exclaimed Ilha Formosa, which means beautiful island, when they saw it in the mid-1500s, and the name stuck. More research revealed that the island is about 250 miles long and 89 miles wide, and is situated 1,307 miles off the coast of mainland China. Now it is always referred to by its Chinese name, Taiwan, not Formosa. The call from the executive secretary of the mission board explained that I was to learn the Taiwanese dialect, not Mandarin, which most of the other Lutheran missionaries on Taiwan had learned, and I was to concentrate my ministry on native-born, Taiwanese-speaking Chinese. Well, now I began to see the connection between this call and my vicarage at True Light. During that year, Edith and I had fallen in love with New York's Chinese people, and now we would be living among the Chinese for an undetermined number of years. However, my tiny smattering of Cantonese would do me no good at all. Another Chinese dialect, Taiwanese, was destined to become my new tongue. But that was several months into the future. First, the seminary had arranged for both Edith and me to spend the summer in what they called mission school. It gave us an introduction into foreign linguistics, living in a foreign culture, and all other things foreign. Well, that meant getting a babysitter for Kim for several hours each day. A couple from the St. Louis area congregation where I had done field work before vicarage came to the rescue. The wife was a stay-at-home mom, and she happily took care of Kim. After mission school came ordination on August 19th at my home church, Grace Lutheran Church in Menominee Falls, Wisconsin. That would finally make me an ordained pastor and forever put a Rev, R-E-V, in front of my name. Edith, Kim, and I stayed at my mother's home for the important event. Esther had invited a host of relatives and guests. To my surprise, even Dosi and Mo had accepted her invitation, coming all the way from True Light. Following the ordination service, Grace Lutheran hosted a gala reception for us. They had gone to no little trouble to design a send-off poster written in Chinese. Only Dosi and Mo knew that they had written the Chinese characters upside down. The next question. Did you keep a diary of your move to Taiwan and your life there? I didn't keep a diary, but I do have copies of letters that we sent home. I will use portions of them to tell you our Taiwan story, and it's a lengthy one. We were there for a long time. But first let me recount Edith's most vivid memory just before we landed in the capital city, Taipei. It was night, and Edith exclaimed, "Look! Lights! Taiwan has electricity!" That may have seemed like a silly comment, but it wasn't. We had included a number of electrical appliances in our freight, not knowing if we would have electricity to use them. Just after Edith made that comment and primped a bit to make herself presentable to the missionaries who would meet us at the airport, Kim spilled orange juice all over Edith's dress. "A great impression I'm going to make now," Edith muttered to herself sardonically. Well, that part of our Taiwan story is not found in the first letter we sent home. Here is that first letter, written on stationery from Taipei's Prince Hotel. That's where we stayed for a brief time upon our arrival. It's dated September 8, 1962. Dear folks, we're finally here and are beginning to get acclimated to Taiwan. The trip was a rough one on all of us, but kind of exciting too. We thought Hawaii is overrated as a vacation spot, but we were intrigued with Tokyo. Traffic there is a policeman's nightmare. Little cars, bicycles, and scooters dashing everywhere. Nobody stays or even attempts to stay in his own lane. Horns are used instead of brakes, so you can imagine the clamor that results. The clerks, bellhops, waitresses, etc. at the airport at which we stayed were so extremely polite that I felt like an uncultured boor in comparison. The bowing every time you talk to them strikes me as a bit amusing. From Tokyo, we flew on Taiwan's one and only jet to Taipei. They may only have one, but it's a beauty. The interior is blue and gold silk brocade, the most luxurious plane we have ever flown in. We were supposed to leave Tokyo at 2:15 p.m., but as we arrived at the airport from Hawaii the day before, a representative of the airline was on hand to tell us that the flight wouldn't be leaving until 6:15 p.m. due to the typhoon that had just swept through Taipei and was now headed for Hong Kong. Well, as it happened, the flight was postponed an additional hour, and we had our hands full trying to take care of a very, very tired but still rambunctious Kim. Edie and I took turns running behind her as she tried to explore Tokyo's entire airport. The Japanese continually smiled at her and flattered her in their language, but of course that only encouraged her the more. Finally, a Chinese family with two older girls, one about Edie's age, gave our tired feet a rest. The older girl quickly won Kim's heart and carried her around for a while, showing her the trinkets in the airport's gift shop and ending up buying her a little Japanese doll. Eventually, we arrived in Taipei about 5 minutes to 9 in the evening. Our fellow missionaries were there to welcome us. One even came all the way from Chiayi in the central part of the island. Two Chinese pastors were also on hand, plus a member of the local Chinese Lutheran Church to help us through customs. He seemed to know all the custom authorities, and he took great pride in introducing me to Custom Officer number 2, and even the headman, number 1. Because of his pull, we were rushed through with no inspection at all, and were shortly bouncing along the dark streets of a rainy Taipei to the Prince Hotel. Pastor William Dingler, our sponsor and the only current Lutheran missionary who learned Taiwanese, not Mandarin, drove us. The traffic situation was much like that of Tokyo, but not quite as crowded. Still, at about a minute and a half intervals, Pastor Dingler blew his horn to let the pedicabs and water buffalo-drawn carts know that he was coming. Yesterday, after a good night's sleep, Dingler took me around, getting me signed in with the Foreign Affairs Police, the American Military Club, and our mission office here. Today, Spryers, John and his wife Mary, took Edie and me to our new house and then shopping for furniture. By the way, guess what? I have a car. An old, beat-up Ford, but still a car for my own use to take Edie shopping and for official business. But I don't quite have the courage to try driving in this kind of traffic yet without knowing the streets a little better. Edie has written more about the shopping excursion. I just want to say that these Taiwanese are the most remarkable woodworkers I have ever seen. The talent they have to make beautiful furniture is something that invokes my deepest admiration. All of it is made by hand with simple tools. They have pictures of furniture from American magazines, and they copy it without plans or blueprints. The result is amazing. Their workmanship is faultless, and the prices are a third of the prices in the States. I still haven't been introduced very much to my work. I found that I will be pastor of our English church in Taipei. That's the one for American military stationed in Taiwan. I'll be pastor there come January 1st. Next week I'll be preaching at that congregation, and a week after that we'll be starting a confirmation class. This coming Monday, Edith, Kim, and I will be taking a train to Chiayi to attend the Joint Missionary and Native Pastors Conference. We'll be back again Thursday. I think that then I'll have a better idea of the needs spiritually and the problems here on the island. I suppose that shortly after I return, we will begin studying the Taiwanese language to prepare for our real missionary work. But right now, it's necessary that we concentrate on getting settled down so we can be ready as soon as possible to begin the Lord's work. Love to all, Ardon. The next letter is dated September 18, 1962. Sorry that this letter still isn't off. We've been having a terribly hectic time. Edith will write the details. She's afraid I'll word it too strongly. Let me just say that this is no place for a pleasant vacation. Well, what I didn't write in this letter, and Edith was afraid I'd word it too strongly, was an episode with a shrew. A shrew looks like a rat, but it has a longer, narrower jaw. Our first evening in our house, while we were eating spaghetti and meat sauce at a makeshift table just outside the kitchen, I spotted some creature jumping off the 2-burner kerosene stove on the kitchen floor. That's where Edith had cooked the spaghetti. I quickly closed the door to the kitchen and forced a towel in the opening under the door so the creature wouldn't get out. I told Edith not to go in there. I didn't sleep much that night, but the next morning I got up, opened the kitchen door, and spotted the shrew. Not knowing how to proceed, I closed the door again, and I phoned John Spryer, who lived about a mile away. He arrived with a baseball bat. We tried to force the shrew through another kitchen door that led outside, but instead it ran the opposite direction into the living room. When we cornered it there, it jumped up as if to bite us, and then ran back into the kitchen and under a small bottled gas stove that hadn't yet been hooked up. John Spryer rattled the stove, and it rushed outside and began climbing the cement block wall that bordered our property. John slammed it with his bat, putting an end to the shrew and to our problem, the one Edith didn't want me to write about. Well, now back to the letter. We found a maid, stole her away from a good job as waitress in the Prince Hotel. She knows a little English, in fact, quite a bit by Taiwanese standards. That will be a big help to Edie. Our freight is supposed to arrive this week. Right now we're trying to get this place in some sort of shape. Won't start language study until the second week in October. Too many details to attend to first. Love to all, Ardon, Edith, Kimmy. The next letter is dated September 22nd, 1962. Dear folks, we're all fine here. Edith and I have had bad colds, and Kim is just getting over hers, but otherwise we're okay. The temperature has been holding at about 93 degrees, so it's hard to explain the reason for the colds. We're still not settled. Customs continually delays our freight, though it was promised to us 2 weeks ago. Yesterday they said I needed a license for the radio. Today they say I need a license for the tape recorder. Today they also said that the duty on the vacuum sweeper will probably run high, and that I will have to sign some sort of agreement to pay before the things will be released. So I'm hoping to receive it next week, Thursday or Friday, if there are no more delays. In the meanwhile, we have gotten straw matting for our living room floor and drapes for the windows, so the place is beginning to look more homey. Our 2 occasional chairs for the living room have been made, and also a little table to eat from. We're managing better all around. I don't want to talk too loud, but I think we're beginning to win the battle with the roaches. Either that or they have gone into hiding temporarily to mass for a future assault. A few days ago I bought a German Shepherd puppy only 2 months old, hoping to make her into a watchdog. A day after we got her, the man came to lay the straw mats. His boy left the gate open, and 2 minutes later, the dog was gone. It's strange that in these narrow, tiny streets, you shouldn't be able to find a dog who has just wandered off a few minutes ago. I only hope that if someone hustled her into his house, he's decided that she is too valuable to make into puppy soup. That same night I got another puppy, the father of the former German Shepherd. Let me correct that. I should say, that same night I got another puppy, a brother of the former German Shepherd. We call him Prince after the Prince Hotel at which we stayed. Kim just loves him, and he loves her. Keeps the Taipei dust off her cheeks with his licks. This morning another weird thing happened. Someone stole our garbage pails. We had 2 small plastic ones about the size of milk pails, and I decided to put them outside our wall last night rather than have to run to the gate at 7:30 a.m. when the garbage man comes around with his wagon, which is pulled by a water buffalo. Well, this morning the garbage man rang our bell anyway, and I couldn't figure out what he wanted. Then I opened the gate and I saw no garbage pails. The garbage man gave me a bawling out in sign language for being such an ignoramus. Looks like I have a lot to learn. Our pump is finally in working order, so we now have water in the house. Our neighbor's maid got sick of having me climb up 20 feet into the air to our 2 metal drums, which give us our water pressure. I had to get up there to pour in water to prime the pump several times a day, and each time the neighbor's huge, unfriendly German Shepherd would have fits and disturb the whole neighborhood. I guess he thought I would jump over the wall into his yard. At any rate, their maid got a workman for us to come and fix the pump. We now have had water continuously for more than 24 hours. Tonight, while eating a supper of rice, tea, and bird nest soup, kidding, actually, we had potatoes, tomatoes, tuna fish, and Taiwan beer. While we were having that, we heard a loud gnawing sound in the bedroom. I thought it was a rat. Edith thought it must be a beaver, but actually it turned out to be termites having the wooden frame of one of our window screens for dessert. There are the strangest noises and the strangest creatures here. Every night before I close the windows, I have to shoo lizards off the screens. Screens here are in the inside and the windows on the outside. It seems that bugs are attracted to the light coming through the screens, and the lizards are attracted to the bugs. Today I began my confirmation class, 6 students with the possibility of 3 more. 2 are the daughters of my fellow missionaries, and the rest are children of American military. I hope to begin interviewing language teachers in a week or so. Bill Dingler feels that I should wait to begin studying until we are all moved in. He suggests the middle of October. It's strange how quickly you begin to get used to a place. I hardly mind dodging pedicabs and bicycles anymore while driving the old Ford in second gear. On some roads it has to be second gear, or you would run down a lot of people. Edie is getting used to the shopping. She can get bread, butter, eggs delivered to the door. Fresh milk, beef from a new butchery, loads of pineapple, oranges, bananas, lemons, pomelos. Those are like grapefruit. Also, string beans, onions, potatoes, carrots, etc. It's like shopping in New York, going to one place for fruit, another place for milk, etc., etc. Well, goodbye until I get another writing urge. God's blessing to you all. Ardon. The next letter is dated October 4th, 1962. Dear folks, I am still painting. Did Kim's room this week. Also had some new light fixtures installed in the living room. The place is gradually taking shape. Our bedroom and the bathroom still have to be painted. It probably sounds as if they weren't done before we got here. They were, but such cheap paint was used and the colors look so hideous that I'm trying to do at least some of the rooms over again. Tuesday and Wednesday were typhoon days here in Taiwan. By God's grace, the majority of the island was spared. The extreme southern part was hit hard. But the latest report was that there was no loss of life. In Taipei, we had extremely heavy rain and 30 to 40 mile-an-hour winds. There was about 2 inches of water standing in our yard Wednesday morning, but we had no real inconvenience, no loss of electricity or anything. Saturday morning at 9 o'clock, Gio, our maid, or Ama as they are called here, comes to work for us. Edie can hardly wait. The typhoon prevented her from washing clothes for a couple of days. The wash house is outside in a makeshift shed, so Edie has been washing in between rain showers all day today. Tonight she is ironing. I spent most of the day painting and trying to keep Kim happy while Edie had her hands full. Tomorrow will no doubt be the day for our shopping expedition again. I've got to register at the U.S. Embassy. Edie still has curtains and drapes to hem for Gio's room, the guest room, Kim's bedroom, and ours. Next Monday, Ron and Claire Halamka, the missionaries from Jai, will be arriving, and we have to have the guest bedroom fit for them and also provide meals for them. We'll be glad to have Gio around them. Ron Halamka is the acting president of the seminary in Jai. We stayed at their house for the joint pastoral conference last month, and now it's our turn. They will be with us until Thursday. The occasion is our missionary conference, Tuesday and Wednesday. Sessions last from about 8:30 in the morning to 5:30 or 6 p.m. in the evening. The following Monday, Taiwanese language instruction begins for me and Edie. Hooray! Kim is doing fine. She was almost impossible to handle until this week. I guess everything was so strange to her that she didn't feel secure, but she is much happier and manageable now. She talks on her little toy telephone saying, "Bye," before she hangs up. Today she started her phone conversation with "Wei," the Chinese word for starting a telephone conversation. It literally means attention, like our hello. I guess she picked up "Wei" from the boy who delivered our paint. He had to send it back 3 times because it was the wrong color, and each time he used our phone to call the paint store to settle I know not what. But the point is that Kim listened to him very closely and must have picked up "Wei" from him. Love to all from the 3 of us. Arden. The next letter is October 12, 1962. Dear folks, ours has been a sad household yesterday and today. What I have been dreading since the moment I got behind the wheel of the old Ford happened suddenly yesterday afternoon. I hit a Chinese boy with the car. He's in the hospital now, and we are praying for his recovery. It all happened so quickly that I still can't reconstruct the whole story. Ron Halamka, the acting president of the seminary in Chiayi, and his wife Claire, stayed with us during missionary conference. Yesterday at 3:45 p.m., I was to take them to the train station here in Taipei. We had just gotten into the car and driven about 2 blocks down our very narrow lane when a military jeep pulled out of the side street and started coming toward me. It was going the wrong way on our one-way lane. And following it was a pedicab also going the wrong way. I had to stop my car to let the jeep and pedicab pass because there was not room for 2 vehicles to drive abreast. When they passed, I put the car in first gear, and had only gone 3 or 4 feet when I heard people screaming. Immediately I slammed on the brakes and jumped out of the car. I saw a little Chinese boy pulling himself out from under the car. It was a terrible sight. There was a puncture in his lower abdomen which was bleeding quite a bit, and the skin was ripped off his penis down to the bone. I picked the boy up and put him in the front seat beside Ron and myself. One man in the crowd shouted to me in English, "Quickly, quickly!" I rushed the boy to a small American hospital, the only one any of us knew of. Dr. West, a medical missionary from the States, runs the hospital. Immediately he sent a Chinese interpreter with me to find the boy's parents and get permission for surgery. What we found was a half-paralyzed woman, almost hysterical with fear for her boy. By now, the neighbors had told her what had happened. The interpreter tried to calm her down and get her consent, but she was in no condition to do anything. This was her only son. She had several daughters, but this was her only son. Her husband had left her, probably because of her paralysis. Finally, we found out that one of her daughters worked at a certain bank, so we hurried up the street to our house and called the bank. The sister had already heard about the accident and had rushed to a different hospital. We raced back to Dr. West, and he called the other hospital and asked for the sister. She was there, and almost immediately took a taxi to the American hospital. She finally arrived with 2 other sisters and a brother-in-law. The brother-in-law wanted to call the police before signing anything which would let the doctor go ahead and operate. Dr. West got so angry that he shouted at him, I've got to operate immediately. It has already been an hour and a half since the accident. I can't wait for the police. Either you let me operate or you take the boy out of here." The brother-in-law then gave his consent, but right after that he called the police. About a half hour later, a traffic policeman arrived. But John Spryer, he was with me at the hospital, advised me to speak only to the Foreign Affairs Police. So we called them, and after about another half hour, a Foreign Affairs policeman arrived. I talked to both police, running over all the details that I could imagine. The odd thing is that I had no idea the boy was in front of my car. Ron Halamka called me later that night after they arrived in Chiayi and said that he had seen him squatting alongside the road, but from the driver's seat I could not see anyone, and it all happened so quickly that Ron didn't have time to warn me. By the time the police finished their questions at the hospital, the operation was over. Dr. West assured the police, the family, and us that the boy would be all right. He must have said that to calm everybody down because today he is not positive. The boy is running a fever today, but is as well as can be expected, says the doctor. This morning my insurance man spoke to him, and he could not say that complications might not set in, that the boy might not lose his sexual potency, and so forth. So we're praying that the Lord will restore him to complete health if it is his will. A minor problem has also arisen, minor compared to the health of the boy. The insurance company said it would not honor our policy because I am considered an unlicensed driver. I have no Taiwan license. When I got to this field, there was one thing I asked the two other missionaries here in Taipei: can I drive without first getting a Taiwan license? They both said that there is about a 60 to 90 day period of grace during which time you can drive on your U.S. license. We'll take care of the license later, they said. But come to find out, they were misinformed, and I am left with no insurance. Medical expenses for the boy and a cash settlement will have to be my responsibility. This, it appears, is going to be no small matter. It was a delicate operation, including skin grafting and very careful surgery. Big questions remain. Will the boy recover completely, or will he be sterile all his life? Will he pull out of the fever, or will complications set in? In any case, it is the custom here to demand a large cash payment from foreigners. Even when the foreigner is not in the wrong, according to U.S. law, Chinese law, dealing with what they consider equitable, asks the foreigner to pay the poorer, quote, shoeless, unquote, ones. In a case like this, the payments may be very high, but Edie and I know we will find a way to take care of it. All we can do is commend ourselves into the hands of our Heavenly Father, and above all, commend the little boy into His hands, for he is extremely more important than dollars and cents. He is a blood-bought soul. I hope that you will remember him in your prayers, too. His name is Tung Liang Chen, 12 years old, and little for his age. He lives near us at Ardons Street, lane 320, House 11, Taipei, Taiwan. Edith and I are fine. Kim is fine too. Has so much energy that we can hardly hold her down. She likes Geo, can even say her name already. Love, Arden, Edith, and Kim. The next paragraph is just a supplement that I wrote, is not included in one of my letters, and this is what it says. The good news is that 12-year-old Tung Liang Chen recovered well and was released from the hospital. Uncertainty about his family pressing charges against me and the settlement payment they would demand would continue for several years. I asked the American embassy for help, but all they were willing to do was give me a list of Taiwan lawyers for me to choose from and contact one. I chose a Taiwanese-speaking lawyer and eventually went to court. I was found at fault and ordered to provide a cash settlement to the family before I would be allowed to leave the island. It amounted to payment in full for the boy's future college education. The mission board provided that payment. The next letter is dated November 11th, 1962. Dear folks, language study is progressing. I go to Pastor E's Taiwanese church each Sunday, except when I preach at the American church. Gio is coming along faithfully now to the Taiwanese church. I gave her a Chinese Bible, which she is reading faithfully also. She says, Christianity is very good. That's a start on the right path. She has also learned our table prayers almost to perfection, and she prays them with us. Kim has learned how to say Amen. We're very proud of her, but of course she will only say it when we're not trying to make her repeat it after us. She is very good, and I mean very good, in church. She is eating with fork and spoon at the table when she is in the mood. Otherwise, she uses her fingers and ends up with gook to her elbows, much to Edie's annoyance. New words are coming all the time. She says, all wet. You can guess when. No, no, when she touches something that she's not supposed to and knows we will say, no, no. She says Gigi for Gio. Kim is getting heavier and much taller, also more shy. She likes Mr. Lim, our Taiwanese language teacher, very much. Has a crush on him by the way she acts when he's around. But with strangers she has become very shy. She often feels safe when she can hold on to Edie, and only then. Her hair is growing more blonde and more thick. Seems that Edie is cutting it almost every week now. I was going to work on a sermon tonight. Have to have it ready for next Sunday. Now it looks like the evening is passing too swiftly, and I have become too long-winded. I have much to say about a visit to Buddhist temples, etc., but no time to write anymore. Love to all, Ardon, Edith, and Kimmy. The next letter is dated January 25th, 1963. Dear friends, thank you for your cards and other warm remembrances at Christmas time. This, our first Christmas on Taiwan, will not be quickly forgotten. People from all over the United States, people whom we have never met, sent their wishes for a blessed observance of our Savior's birth. Each day of Christmas week, we attended a different Christmas program. One was held at a very little mountain village where 150 children crowded into one room of a small farmhouse to sing praises to Christ. Other Christmas programs were held in our Lutheran chapels where the program was similar to those in the States. I saw in each place the symbol which we would not leave out of celebrations in America, the Christmas tree. Today, the 25th of January, is Chinese New Year, the year of the rabbit. Outside my window, firecrackers are booming away steadily. They started last evening, continued throughout the night and wee hours of the morning, and will continue for 3 more days. Their original purpose was to drive away evil spirits that might want to bring bad luck to people in the coming lunar year. But I suspect, at least I hope, that many of the people explode them today for the sheer delight of hearing that exciting boom. Yesterday was the day of preparation for the New Year celebration. Taipei's narrow streets were crowded with thousands of people buying loads of food, enough to last for the 5-day celebration, enough to feed all the guests who might stop at their door during the festivities. And then last night, each non-Christian family gathered before the family altar to worship their ancestors. Their last act of worship before the old year ended. They prepared rice cakes, sweets, chicken, and wine and laid them on the altar. This food, they believed, would somehow reach their ancestors in the underworld, where it would make the lives of their forefathers more comfortable and help to make New Year's Day a happy one for the spirits, too. This morning, easily 10,000 people gathered before Taiwan's leading Buddhist temple, the Temple of 1,000 Steps, and started off the new year by worshiping the big wooden idols inside. Even little children of Sunday school age, we would say, have been carefully tutored so that they would bow just right to the images that had no eyes to see their worshipers, nor ears to hear their prayers. While I was still in the United States and only learning about these things from books, it was hard to believe that modern-day, highly civilized and highly educated people could seriously trust in such things. Of course, there are those enlightened ones here who think that Buddhism is nonsense, and yet they often feel at the same time that all religion is nonsense, Christianity included. For them, as for many Westerners also, life becomes an unending race toward creature comforts or a frustrating struggle to somehow make life worth living. But the majority of the people here continue the old ancestral rites and are in dead earnest as they go through their involved rituals. One even sees college students and high-ranking government officials performing the acts of reverence in the temples. These are the things our Lutheran Church is fighting here in Taiwan: superstition and false enlightenment. But the progress is extremely slow. The gospel was brought to this island a little over 100 years ago by Presbyterian missionaries. Our Lutheran Church arrived after the communists drove our missionaries from the China mainland. The Presbyterians, ourselves, and 60 other Christian denominations have been working furiously for Christ for these many years, and yet we dare only claim that less than 4% of the population know Jesus as their Savior. So you see, our work is a slow and often discouraging one. People do not come swarming to hear the gospel. Satan makes them resist it with all their might. He tells them, you don't need Christ. You have your own religion which served your fathers and their fathers for hundreds of years. It's good enough for you too. When the Christian church sees people here starving and half naked, it tries to help them out of love for the Lord. But Satan whispers to them, take the rice they give you and wear the clothes they hand to you, but don't trust them. They are a Western church and an arm of the Western government. They are trying to gain control of your minds for their own ends. The devil has made light of the name Jesus, at whose name every knee should bow. He has made light of it by making it a mockery and causing even little children to sneer at you as you walk past, and they say, He's a Jesus man. Of course, they say that in their own language. Finally, the power of darkness tries to equate the idea of an American and a Christian in people's minds. So when an American soldier stationed here gets out of hand and his wrongdoing becomes public knowledge, some people will point the finger and say, "This is what Christians do. Thank goodness we haven't fallen for their religious talk." As a result, our China Evangelical Lutheran Church is quite small. We have just over 1,600 Christians at our 26 little chapels. And yet we rejoice over each one of these sheep in God's flock, for we know that it is only because of a miracle that they have come to Christ. This, the miracle of the Holy Spirit, doing what we are unable to do, opening up the resisting hearts of stubborn men and women and implanting himself within them so that they believe. And at the same time that we rejoice at the work of God, we are humbled, for we know that we're no different. The Holy Spirit had to fight his way into our hearts the same way before we were willing to leave the slavery of Satan and become children of God and brothers and sisters of Jesus Christ. The Lord has also blessed us with 12 native pastors. We call them the 12 disciples. Next year, by the grace of God, 6 more will graduate from our seminary located right on the Tropic of Cancer. Each native pastor has one chapel in a city or village and at least one, quote, outstation, unquote, in the mountains of Taiwan. The role of missionary is one of guidance. We guide the pastors, advise them from the experiences learned by our churches in the States over the past hundreds of years, and try to help increase their spiritual growth. This too is proving a difficult task because we 6 missionaries, yes, there are only 6 of us, we are so young and inexperienced ourselves. Our seminary president in Chiayi, Pastor Halamka, is only 27 years old and has been here 2 years. He has just finished language study. Our Lutheran Hour director, broadcasting the gospel to this island and to the communist mainland in 3 different Chinese dialects, is the veteran on the field. He has been here 3 years. So you see, we need your prayers. We need your prayers on behalf of our native pastors, our newly won Christians, and on our behalf as well. Concerning myself and my family, we are well and happy. Home to us is now Ardons Street, Lane 309. It's not just a house supplied by the mission board, but it really is home. For our daughter, Kim, it is home too, and I'm sure that she feels that she belongs nowhere else in no other culture. It has become just as natural for her to sit down at the table and say, "Jia beng," Taiwanese for eat food, as it is to say, "Yum yum," depending upon who is coaching her, my wife or the Taiwanese girl who helps us. As you may or may not know, there are 2 main Chinese dialects spoken here in Taiwan. The Mandarin dialect, the official language of the government and of the refugees who followed the government here from the China mainland. And then there is the Taiwanese dialect, the language of the natives of Taiwan, and spoken by the majority of the people. Their ancestors brought it with them from a province in China called Fujian. Only one other missionary of our church can use Taiwanese. I will be the second. Right now, I am being tutored in Taiwanese 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. I'm also pastor of an English-speaking congregation which serves our Lutheran American military and their families stationed here. I teach confirmation class Saturday mornings and preach Sundays. In March, one of our native pastors wants me to begin an English Bible class in his congregation. It will appeal to the college youth at the university near his church, he says. The college youth who are studying English now and will use any opportunity to increase their facility in it. This will be one way to confront them with Christ. Also, while I have been studying the Taiwanese language for only a short time and thus am comparatively useless to the national Christians, the missionary conference has given me some conference duties to keep me busy. Once more, thank you, every one of you, for your cards and remembrances and prayers. Your servants in Christ, Arden Albrecht, Edith, and Kim. The next few paragraphs are not part of any of my letters, but I thought I would write them so you would understand a bit more some of the challenges here. After I had studied Taiwanese for a year, and my tutor, Mr. Lim, followed by another tutor, I'm going to repeat that. After I had studied Taiwanese for a year with my tutor, Mr. Lim, followed by another tutor, a young college graduate by the name of Milton Go, it came time for me to preach my first sermon in Taiwanese at Canaan Lutheran Church. That's Pastor E's Taiwanese chapel. After writing the sermon in Taiwanese, I spent days working on the tones. You see, Taiwanese is a monosyllabic language with 8 tones. A word that sounds the same to the Western ear may have 8 different meanings depending on the tone. For example, the sound that we might spell in English as G-A-W-E, gaw, can mean high, arrive, clever, or dog, plus a few more. Edith didn't care much for tones. I would tease her when she complimented a Taiwanese with one of their favorite compliments because one of the tones she used was often wrong. Meaning to say you're very clever, it would come out as you are a real dog. This is the difference. You are very clever is Legion Gao. You are real dog is Legion Gao. Of course, native Taiwanese expected foreigners to use wrong tones, and they would usually guess what we really meant. But you can understand why I wanted my tones to be perfect as I preached my first Taiwanese sermon. Pastor E sat near the podium with me as I delivered what I thought was a sermon with perfect Taiwanese tones. But when I finished, he came to the lectern and spoke for about 5 minutes, saying in Taiwanese, "This is what Pastor Albrecht meant to say." I was dumbfounded. After the service was over, I said, "I thought my tones were perfect." He responded, "Oh, they were, but your thought patterns were totally Western. I told the congregation what you meant in Chinese thought patterns." While returning to my new language teacher, Milton Go, I asked him what I could do to learn thought patterns that would be easily understood by the common Taiwanese person. He suggested that I consult with his brother, George Go, who was teaching Taiwanese at Taipei's newly formed Language Institute. I took him up on it. I spoke to George Go, and he gave me a Taiwanese book to study written by Taiwan scholars who also happen to be pastors in Taiwan's Presbyterian Church. The title, translated into English, is Christians and Taiwan Customs and Superstitions. I asked George if I could have him as a teacher at the Language Institute while I translated the book into English. His superiors okayed my request, and each day I would take several typed pages of my English translation for him to check and correct if necessary. Often he had no corrections, and I was very pleased. One day he told me, "Forgive me, but I've been sharing your daily translations with my other language students, and they think that you should publish it when you're finished." With George's help, I did publish it. It went through 2 printings and sold in an American bookstore in Taiwan, where it was purchased by American missionaries of various denominations, as well as by some American tourists. We lengthened the English title to A Guidebook for Christians on Taiwanese Customs and Superstitions. More important than the book sales was the fact that now I had a tool to help me preach more relevantly to the common Taiwanese person. Now back to my letters home. This next letter is dated November 12th, 1963. A blessed Christmas to you. 2 months ago, we celebrated our first anniversary in Taiwan. It had been an eventful year, climaxed on August 27th with the birth of a blonde-haired baby girl, Rebecca Suzanne Albrecht. The beginning of September, a miracle happened to her. She was born a second time through holy baptism, and thus a little Christian was added to our family. What made her different from the rest of us is that she is the first in our family bearing the stamp Made in China. This past year was packed full of experiences, good and bad, spiritually uplifting and depressing, unusual and commonplace. On the 10th of September, a fierce tropical storm reared its ugly head, bringing floods and near 100-mile-an-hour winds. Typhoons usually cause little concern here, but this time it danced back and forth over northern Taiwan for 3 days. Thousands of poor people, about 20,000 of them, were left homeless as the 6-foot-high floodwaters swept away makeshift shacks. Many families resorted to bamboo rafts or doors from their houses to ferry themselves to safety, and yet hundreds perished. The churches helped all they could, giving out flour and milk, used clothing, and here and there a few dollars to get people back on their feet. That was an experience which was not very good. But there have been others to more than counterbalance the bad. One of the most uplifting experiences for a pastor is being able to preach the Word of God. Even though we have Chinese pastors in each of our chapels, the opportunities for a foreigner like myself to preach are innumerable. August and September were special evangelism months in our Taiwan churches. So nearly every week I was preaching for an evening service in one of them. Most of the people attending were not Christian. They were Buddhist or Taoist or nothing in particular. After one sermon stressing how our ancestors had turned their backs on the Heavenly Father and lost their way back to the Father's home, but then Christ came and He pleads with us to accept His pardon and follow Him back to the Father. After that sermon of mine, suddenly an old lady in the back of the chapel began to applaud. She applauded for quite a while, until the whole congregation joined in. And when the service was over, I asked the pastor who the lady was. He said that she was one of the foremost Buddhists in the community. What a strange and powerful effect accompanies the Word of God. Christian worship here is similar to yours back home. People come together on Sunday mornings, but they don't call it Sunday. They call it Worship Day. Monday is Worship Day 1, Tuesday is Worship Day 2, Wednesday is Worship Day 3, etc. Our chapels are much more bare than you are used to. There are no stained glass windows, no beautiful architecture, no crosses with the figure of Christ on them. We have crosses, but they are crude wooden ones or simply cloth crosses sewn on a curtain behind the altar. Congregations are afraid to use crosses with the body of Christ on them, lest non-Christians think that it is an idol. Our services you would call noisy and disorderly. In the temples, people are accustomed to milling around and talking. They wouldn't hesitate to sit on the temple altars if their legs were tired. For this reason, it is difficult to instill in them a sense of reverence for God's house. The people feel they can be reverent without being quiet or sedate. We use the same ancient liturgy that you do in America. Many of our hymns are the same as yours. Some are not. Some have Taiwanese folk melodies. Some have classical Chinese melodies. One or two even have Christian words set to Buddhist chants. But among the favorites of our people, among those which they sing with the most zest, are our old German hymns. Sometimes they are way flat on the melody, but they know that the words contain real spiritual meat, and they shout out the words with such enthusiasm that many of our stateside congregations would be put to shame. As another Christmas comes, our family will be thinking of you back home, you whose prayers and offerings make it possible for us to be here to tell the gospel. You whose letters and gifts we are so slow in acknowledging because of the load of work which has been entrusted to us by you and also by our Savior. Continue your prayers that the Christ child may be born in the hearts of your brothers and sisters in Taiwan. In him, Reverend Ardon Albrecht, Edith Kim, and Rebecca. We now have again a couple of paragraphs which are not part of letters, but are important for you to understand. Now that my Taiwanese language study was over, I asked Pastor E how he wanted to use me. He said he had a plan, but it involved me being willing to be a clown for Christ. That's a rough translation. His plan was for members of his small congregation to invite their unchurched neighbors to come to their homes, have some tea and sweets, and listen to a foreigner speak Taiwanese. He said there weren't many foreigners who spoke Taiwanese, and I would be an oddity, a kind of a clown for Christ. It would be up to me to prepare classes on Christianity in Taiwanese that would be simple and easy for non-Christians to understand. The first home to which I was invited gave me a good idea what Pastor E had meant. The children were unabashed in making it clear that I was an oddity. As they crowded around, someone would pluck at the hair on my arms. I didn't understand why until I realized that Chinese don't have hair on their arms, at least not like Caucasians do. It also became clear from that first presentation that future ones needed to be entertaining in order to hold the attention of children as well as adults. And that's where my use of mass media first began. The Taiwan Lutheran Hour was not like the stateside version. The Taiwan Lutheran Hour was radio drama, not preaching, drama, half-hour radio drama, and was one of the most popular radio broadcasts in Taiwan, beating out many secular shows in the ratings. Since those radio dramas touched on many aspects of Christian doctrine, I decided to take audio tapes of some of the dramas with me and incorporate portions of them in the classes I was teaching in members' homes. Playing the tapes was easy on the small battery-powered reel-to-reel tape recorder that I took with me. It was partly because of my interest in those Taiwan Lutheran Hour dramas that I was later given the role of Taiwan Lutheran Hour director in addition to my primary role of evangelistic missionary. Pastor E. also gave me another challenge. I was to prepare an in-depth class on Christianity for a half-dozen Taiwanese men and meet with them weekly in the import-export shop owned by one of the group. A well-educated layman from Canaan congregation would accompany me and assist whenever needed. We called him Big Lim in Taiwanese because we had another layman with the family name Lim that we called Little Lim. Of the half-dozen businessmen, Mr. Lau stood out. His father had been a doctor and well enough off to send his son to a Tokyo university to get a master's degree in communication. Upon the young man's return, he established 2 newspaper companies in Taiwan. And then came President Chiang Kai-shek with his ragtag army in 1949, fleeing from Mao Zedong. He seized control of the island and he confiscated the newspaper companies, Mr. Lau's companies included. When Mr. Lau protested, the government made it clear that another complaint would be handled forcefully. Well, this Mr. Lau was my best student. No one grasped my lessons more quickly than he did. And when it came to my final lesson months later, I expected that at least some of the men would make a commitment for Christ, surely Mr. Lau. But he said, Al Boksu, that was my name in Taiwanese. He went on to say in Taiwanese, I had a course in world religions at the university in Tokyo. I remember my professor saying that Christianity was all mythology. I think he was right. And then Mr. Lau added, how do you respond? I was not only shocked, but deeply disappointed. And then a Bible verse came to mind, and I asked him to open his Chinese Bible to 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verse 14. It says, in the English translation, the natural person does not accept the things of the Spirit of God, for they are folly to him, and he is not able to understand them, because they are spiritually discerned. I read that verse to him in Taiwanese, and I said, Mr. Lau, apparently you are still a natural person without the Spirit. And that's why you can call Christianity mythology, folly, according to St. Paul. I'm so sorry. Mr. Lau may have cowed the other businessmen who looked up to him as the brightest among them because none of the group spoke about wanting to become a Christian. I left the import-export shop that night certain that I would never hear from Mr. Lau or ever see him again. I said a sad goodbye to Big Lim, who regularly accompanied me to this class and who had just witnessed what I had witnessed. And then about a week later, Big Lim called me on the telephone. Once again I was shocked. He said, "Mr. Lau wants you to baptize him." I replied, "Are we talking about the same Mr. Lau?" He said, "Yes." He couldn't get the Bible verse about the natural person out of his mind. And he asked me to meet with him several times this past week. How does a person get the Spirit of God so he can spiritually discern the things of God? That was the question that troubled him. And Big Lim told him, "Just ask. Ask God to send His Spirit to you." He wanted me to help him do that, Big Lim said to me. So I prayed with him night after night. And last night, in the midst of our prayers, he said, "I believe. I believe." And now he wants to be baptized. Believing and being baptized was only the beginning of the spiritual adventure for Mr. Lau. Before long, he invited me to use his house as a mission station. And none felt more blessed by the Spirit than Mr. Lau, as the group attending worship in his home grew and grew. Back to my letters. The next letter is dated January 19th, 1965. Dear friends, we want to thank all of you for your Christmas greetings. 1964 was a very full year for us. The year began with Bible class for Taiwanese college students. We had 70 attending. And then members of our Taiwanese congregation, Pastor E and I, formed an evangelism team and began systematically to visit the 4,000 people around our Taiwanese chapel who still do not believe in Christ. After that, a newly graduated Taiwanese native from our seminary on this island came up to Taipei and began working with us. His name is Evangelist Hyong. Soon, one of our laymen decided to stop his tailoring for 4 months, and he dedicated that time to evangelism work. And then came a couple of unusual events. Pastor and I were asked to go to one of our members' houses to drive out an evil spirit in Christ's name. We took this request as seriously as the disciples and apostles of our Lord had taken similar requests centuries ago. And our member was not troubled any longer. Shortly after that, another member found himself in prison on false charges. But the efforts of the rest of the congregation to release him made such an impression on his wife that she became baptized, and she brought her little tot to be washed by the Spirit also. Christmas was a beautiful occasion at our Taiwanese chapel called Canaan Lutheran Church. Canaan was the land of promise for the Israelites. Our Canaan chapel became a place where God's promise that His word shall not return void was made real to us this Christmas. 6 men and women were baptized Christmas Eve at our little church. Never before have so many become members of Christ's body at one time here. This made our Christmas service beautiful. One of the men baptized was a violinist and a conductor of a children's orchestra. They came with him Christmas Eve, and skillfully making their violins sing, they led us in Christmas carols to the Holy Babe of Bethlehem. The day after Christmas, Pastor E and I traveled down island to survey a new area to begin Taiwanese evangelism among the village people. We traveled from village to village by motor scooter, over dusty roads and up small mountains. What we found filled our hearts with a great urgency to get the gospel out to these people who live off the beaten path. Here was a village of 6,000, there one of 2,000, another of 4,000, and so on, where no one had ever come with the gospel. Obviously no churches were there. Only a temple now and then, where the villagers would come to burn their incense and offer their 5 kinds of sacrifices: chicken, pork, beef, duck, and mutton. One night, Pastor E preached a wonderful sermon in a bamboo and plaster public hall that stands in the middle of most villages. He told how people in some parts of the world think that spirits live in big rocks, and they foolishly worship the rocks. The women standing in the back of the hall, with little ones tied to their backs, Indian style, and swaying back and forth to keep the children quiet, snickered at the thought of people worshiping a rock. But these very women bow down to idols made of wood and are convinced that a spirit resides in those wooden blocks. Pastor E went on to tell how the Chinese sages commanded people to be righteous, but how futile such orders were. He said that's like telling a child who has broken his leg to get up and walk home. But he went on, the true Spirit did not just order people to be righteous. He sent His Son to get down in the dirt beside us, who are like lame children, and pick us up and carry us home. He didn't order us to be righteous. He was righteous for us and gave us all the righteousness He possesses. The people applauded Pastor E's message. Another missionary who does village work told us that these people are very excited about the gospel at first, but after a while their enthusiasm wanes. And then begins the slow, hard work of bringing them one by one to saving faith in their God. We need a task force of men to do this kind of evangelism. And so we are asking our Board for World Missions to send us 5 missionaries this year for Taiwanese evangelism. Pray that our seminaries will be able to give us the missionaries that we need. My wife Edith and our little 3.5 and 1.5-year-old daughters Kim and Becky, who are gifts of God's sunshine on Taipei's cloudiest and rainiest days, wish you the Lord's richest grace throughout this year. Signed, Missionary Arden Albrecht, Edith, Kim, Becky. The next letter is dated February 19th, 1965, and it's written to Edith's parents and brother. And so I make the salutation, Dear Mom, Dad, and John. As Edith mentioned in her letter, we have finally received approval for starting a department at Chiayi Seminary to train native Taiwanese evangelists. They will study for 2 years and then help missionaries and Mandarin-speaking Chinese pastors to spread the gospel among Taiwanese-speaking people. Since Pastor E is being called to teach the evangelists, our Taiwanese seminary graduate Hyung and I will be left to minister at Canaan, our Taiwanese chapel here in Taipei. Edie, the children, and I have been going to our English congregation very infrequently lately. Instead, we're going to Canaan Chapel. The members are very happy to see her attending regularly, and they were pleased to see her at Taiwanese Bible class last Wednesday. I translate for her so that she can understand what is being said. Keep well, and may the Lord be with you in all that you do. Love, Ardon. Before I share another letter home, I want to bring you up to date on the situation as it presented itself at the beginning of 1966. We had received the missionaries we requested to learn the Taiwanese language. 3 were currently in Taipei and 2 in Chiayi. The second point. The training institute at Chiayi Seminary for native Taiwanese evangelists was doing well under Pastor Yi's leadership. The next point. I was ministering with Evangelist Hyung at Canaan Lutheran Church. Next point. I was also continuing my other duties as director of the Taiwan Lutheran Hour with Henry Go, who was the older brother of Milton and George Go, and he was my most able assistant. Next point. Taiwan Television asked our mission to provide them with half-hour religious drama scripts similar to our radio scripts, promising to turn them into a weekly TV show at their own expense. I was chosen to be on the board that provides those scripts. The resulting TV drama program was called Sunday Theater, was aired on Sunday afternoons, and would continue successfully for 15 more years. The next point. Our furlough in the States was now 1 year and 6 months away. The next point. The China Evangelical Lutheran Church was now governed by our Chinese pastors and their members. Missionaries were no longer in control, but served at the pleasure of the nationals. And the last point. Edith was pregnant with our 3rd child with a due date of early November. September 28, 1966. The following was a confidential letter written by me to Edith's family. Dear folks, my apologies for not writing sooner. We're all fine. Kim is doing well in Bethany Christian School. Edith, with a month or so to go before the baby comes, is feeling very good. And Becky is waiting for the baby, quote, to be sent, unquote. In her mind, it seems that a baby is sent like a package from Grandma and Grandpa Spillner and Uncle John. Kimmy is a little wiser. She knows that babies come from God, but she keeps asking when God will finish making it. Things have been hopping around here as far as our China Evangelical Lutheran Church is concerned. There is both considerable jealousy and considerable fear over the expansion of our Taiwanese work. Things came to a head at our August 30 to September 1st General Conference. There were many loud voices raised by mainlander pastors, those Mandarin-speaking pastors that came to Taiwan from the China mainland with President Chiang Kai-shek, and by the laymen from their congregations, loud voices wanting to destroy Taiwanese work before the Taiwanese evangelistic class graduates next spring, and it will then be too late in their mind. But we managed to calm the fearful hearts for a time. It's amazing how the mainlander political fears are carried over into the spiritual realm. The basic fear is that of the Taiwanese gaining control, outnumbering the mainlanders in our church, and getting, quote, the power, unquote. For that reason, Arno Meyer, a Taiwanese-speaking missionary, and Pastor E., and the evangelistic students were not allowed to do Taiwanese work at a Mandarin church in Chiayi this summer. The pastor was afraid that hundreds of Taiwanese would come into his congregation, outnumber the mainlanders, and then what would he do? But at the same time, the CELC, that's short for the China Evangelical Lutheran Church, doesn't want the Taiwanese workers to work apart from the Mandarin congregations either. Then they would have no control over the Taiwanese work at all. And so the Taiwanese workers are in quite a dilemma, not being able to move in either direction to please the church. Finally, the mainlanders saw one of two alternatives. Either destroy Taiwanese work altogether, or try to find a way to accelerate Mandarin work faster than Taiwanese work. At last week's Evangelism Committee meeting, they tried the first alternative first. I'm a member of that committee, and I used all the reason and words the Lord gave me to head them off from destroying the plans and the work of the Taiwanese evangelism team altogether. They made a promise that they would not change those plans one iota on one condition: that the team not remain intact. One member had to go. Me. I can no longer be a Taiwanese missionary. They further stipulated that I must begin learning Mandarin and that I become the evangelism counselor for the CELC, with my main concentration on Mandarin work. And thus they have taken the second alternative, that of trying to find a way to accelerate Mandarin work faster than Taiwanese work. For they have the silly idea that the recent Taiwanese expansion of evangelism work among the Taiwanese is all due to some brilliant plans that I made. They should really know what a thick head I've got. They're regarding man when they should be regarding God. For we just planted a few seeds in the ground in a haphazard manner, and we came back later finding to our surprise that there were blades of grain sprouting. They've laid an impossible burden on my shoulders. They're demanding that I do everything for Mandarin work that they think I did for Taiwanese work, with a little extra to boot. They are convinced that now they have found a way to expand Mandarin work faster than Taiwanese work. Their jealousy at the Heavenly Father's blessing on Taiwanese work, after the same Heavenly Father has been blessing our Mandarin work for all these years, reminds me of the story of the prodigal son. Even though his father had been so good to the elder brother for many years, he burned with jealousy when the father blessed the prodigal son just once. But such is man, even Christian man, and even Christian pastors and congregations. I suppose it's not too difficult, or I should say, I suppose it's not too different from the congregations in New York that fear to begin Spanish work, nor too different from the churches in the Midwest where people leave and go elsewhere when there are too many, quote, different kind of people, unquote, from members of their once rather exclusive church. But I should talk, for how often each day don't I play the elder brother in some other way? This is what grace means, God putting up with our graceless behavior day after day and still loving us in spite of ourselves. This is a miracle of the first dimension, greater in a sense than our Lord's incarnation or the crucifixion. For those events, though they made His grace real to us, were one-time things. His daily putting up with us is an ongoing thing, a day in and day out frustration of His gracious will. So now I can do nothing else than put up with the mainlander pastors as God puts up with me. I must pray that God will cleanse and purify their motives for their sudden, tremendous interest in the expansion of the gospel among the mainlanders. They've been apathetic for so long. But now they're tremendously interested, more for political reasons than spiritual ones. God forgive our church. To add to the irony of the situation, our Jai Seminary has asked me to take an early furlough beginning as soon as next February, do additional study at the seminary in St. Louis, and then return as a seminary instructor at our Jai Seminary. All this after I have solved in the upcoming 5 months all the problems of Mandarin evangelism and put Mandarin work on a brilliantly successful course. Of course, in those 5 months, I will also be expected to pick up the Mandarin language, continue as director of the Taiwan Lutheran Hour, and help with the new TV work. What a crazy, mixed-up church we have. October 4th, the CELC's General Conference Executive Board meets to consider both the request for me to lead in Mandarin evangelism and our Jai Seminary request. Maybe the final result will be that I'm allocated to do something altogether different. I don't know. John, in the meanwhile, God willing, your godson, whoops, Freudian slip, godchild, will be born. That will give us something different to think about and rejoice over. May the Lord keep you all safe, well, and close to Him. Love, Ardon, E, Kimmy, and Becky. Two very exciting things took place in the next couple of months. Suzanne Catherine Albrecht was born on November 2nd, and the Taiwan Lutheran Hour finalized plans to balloon Bibles to Communist China. Let me say that again. Balloon Bibles to Communist China. Susie was born in the Adventist hospital in Taipei. Edith recalls that after she delivered, a nurse served her postum instead of tea or coffee, and a hamburger with a vegetable patty that tasted exactly like beef. We brought Susie home to the sound of the joyful children's song, "Susie, little Susie, pray what is the news? The geese are going barefoot because they've no shoes. The cobbler has leather, but no last has he, so he cannot make them, the shoes, don't you see?" I would sing that song to her often, using it as a lullaby to put her to sleep. A few days after we brought our newest daughter home to Ardons Street, a delegation of Lutheran Mandarin-speaking pastors came over with the largest basket of fresh fruit we had ever seen. It was meant as a consolation prize. A consolation prize for having a third girl, but still no boy. We thanked them graciously and then had a good chuckle after they left. We were overjoyed with cute, healthy little Susie, but they expected to see us morose, needing comfort. Cultural differences. As for ballooning Bibles, this is the background. Christian listeners to our radio dramas on the China mainland had sent us letters which came to us secretly through Hong Kong, begging us for Bibles. The communist government had seized and destroyed theirs. We initiated a plan to balloon 10,000 Chinese copies of the Gospel of John to China, a plan that was eagerly adopted by President Chiang Kai-shek and supported financially by local listeners to our Taiwan Lutheran Hour dramas. I described it this way in my Christmas letter home written on December 15, 1966. Christians throughout the nation are responding to a call from the Taiwan Lutheran Hour to send a gift to the people of Red China this Christmas. That gift is one of the most precious things a Christian can give away, God's Word. Pouring in from tiny villages nestled among the mountains and our sprawling cities are contributions to send Bibles to Communist China. Shortly before Christmas, several other members of the Ballooning Bibles to the China Mainland Committee and I hope to be flying to one of the little islands off Red China to present the first installment of that gift. The Bibles will be inserted into the necks of military balloons, and by the thousands they will be airborne to their destination. Along with the Bibles goes the fervent prayers of the people of this land that the Lord will use this word of His to comfort the hearts of the Christians that still remain behind the bamboo curtain. With that prayer goes another, that God would open the eyes of the enemies of the Chinese Christians, that they might see Him, who was the greatest Christmas gift ever given to man. We invite Christians all around the world to lend their prayers and support so that this installment of God's Word to Red China may not be the last. As 1966 turned into 1967, I mulled over the decision the China Evangelical Lutheran Church had made, removing me from the Taiwanese evangelism team and demanding that I basically become a Mandarin-speaking missionary. I thought back to call day at the St. Louis Seminary in 1962 when I received my call from the mission board, along with a letter from the head of that board telling me that I was to learn Taiwanese and promote evangelism work among the Taiwanese people. Basically, the China Evangelical Lutheran Church was now negating that call. In addition, I had grown enormously sympathetic to the Taiwanese as they lived under the heavy-handed control of Chiang Kai-shek's mainlander-oriented government. I didn't feel such oneness with the Mandarin-speaking mainlanders. And then I came to the conclusion that I could no longer serve in Taiwan under the constraints the China Evangelical Lutheran Church was requiring of me. On February 7th, I drafted a letter to Reverend Paul Strage, whom the missionary board had appointed to overseas mission operations in the Far East. I offered to complete my 5-year term, which was coming to a conclusion in a few months, but not to continue as a missionary to Taiwan after that. Reverend Strage immediately wrote back, quote, "Dear Ardon, it was with a bit of surprise and a heavy heart that I read your letter of February 7, informing us of your decision to resign as missionary to the CELC upon completion of your first term," unquote. He went on to encourage me to reconsider. I discovered later that he also sent letters to others in the China Evangelical Lutheran Church asking if they couldn't change the conditions they had laid upon me, causing my resignation. When I shared the decision with my mother and Edith's family to resign and return to the States, The thought of having us and our children close by delighted them. Their joy was short-lived. The following is my March 24th letter to Edith's folks. March 24th, 1967. Dear Mom, Dad, and John. We have some news, and it will probably be a big disappointment to you. The past month, Reverend Paul Strage from the Board for Missions, as well as many of the missionaries and national pastors here, have asked me to consider changing my decision about resigning. For a long time I didn't want to. But finally, last week I decided that they are probably right and that the Lord still wants to use me in Taiwan. However, I asked for and was granted a year's furlough in the States. Reverend Del Gluck, the head of the Lutheran Hour in the States, would like me to study mass communications at Syracuse University in Syracuse, New York. This thought appeals to me, and to Edie also. By living in Syracuse, we would be close enough to be able to visit you and you visit us on the weekends by train. And for at least a year, you would have a chance to be near our children. After returning to Taiwan, we would serve for 3 years and then be back to the States once again. The only thing indefinite yet is funds for my furlough study. But Reverend Strage and Reverend Gluck are working on that, and I do not expect that there will be great difficulty on this. I'm sorry if this news is a great disappointment to you. Edie was quite disappointed at first too. But she's a good gal and is taking it well. Here we're all fine. Susie is growing fast. You will love her. And Kim and Becky are getting to be big girls. Every day, Kimmy teaches Becky what she learned in kindergarten, so Becky is getting smarter all the time. 2 days ago, Henry Go and I went to Quemoy, which is one of the offshore islands off the coast of Red China, and we sent the first installment of Gospels of John to Red China. We had hoped to send them off before Christmas, but it was a wonderful experience. Our best Easter greetings to you, Mom, Dad, and John. May the Lord be with you. Love, Ardon. The next is not a letter, but an explanation of what followed. Reverend Del Gluck of the Lutheran Hour came through as we thought he would. The Lutheran Laymen's League, which sponsors the Lutheran Hour, agreed to pick up the full tab for me to study communications at Syracuse University. Why Syracuse University? Because it had a master's program in radio and TV specially geared to overseas broadcasting. The Chinese head of Taiwan Television had graduated from the same program. With enrollment at Syracuse University guaranteed, Edith, Kim, Becky, Susie, and I began preparing for the journey that would take us home. The first week of June, 1967, with its flight back to the States, came quickly. Missionaries and national pastors came to the airport to send us off. Some of the same mainlander pastors who had brought us a large basket of fruit as a consolation prize when Susie was born now had another gift. It was a beautiful Chinese scroll featuring persimmon fruit meant to be hung on a wall. When you get to Syracuse, they said, hang this in your kitchen. It is a fertility scroll designed to give you a male child. We laughed and good-naturedly agreed to take their advice. After arriving in the States and spending time bonding with our families as well as attending a Missouri Synod National Convention in New York, speaking at various churches about our work in Taiwan and looking for an apartment reasonably near Syracuse University, we settled in. The village of North Syracuse, about 30 minutes from the university, had a vacancy at a nearly new townhouse complex with a supermarket in easy walking distance. That would be home for us and our 3 children, and later 4 children, for an entire year. The fertility scroll that we hung in the kitchen as a joke did its job, according to our Chinese pastors, and ensured that our 4th child would be a boy. We named him Matthew John. The middle name John was a tribute to Edith's brother, who was and is dearly loved by each of our children. Matthew was born on March 29 and baptized on Easter Sunday at a small house church we attended in Cicero, New York. My mother flew in from Wisconsin for the happy event, and John, who served as Matthew's godparent, arrived from New York by train. To say that I was enamored with Syracuse University would be an understatement. In Taiwan, I did mass communications by the seat of my pants, guessing what would work and what wouldn't. Now I had the opportunity to get the book knowledge and the hands-on practice that would help eliminate much of the guesswork. After 1 semester of a full class load, I asked my advisor if I could take a double class load the next semester. I longed to take every course that could conceivably pay off once I returned to Taiwan. The advisor got me permission to do so. Following graduation late in the summer of 1968, we made plans to return to Taiwan with my radio TV master's degree in hand. For some reason, we had a problem getting visas, and we weren't able to leave until late September. We had left Taiwan with 3 girls, and when our visas finally came through, we returned with an added boy. Matthew was a happy baby, always smiling. He grinned from ear to ear as we arrived at the airport in Taipei, and the delegation greeting us grinned back. But none grinned more broadly than the national pastors who had given us the fertility scroll for a male child. It worked, you could almost hear them thinking. The last letter from Taiwan that I have on file is the following one, a Christmas letter dated more than a year after our return. The letter is dated September 18, 1969. Dear friends, it's a week until Christmas, and here in Taiwan, we are caught up in the same bustle and joy as you back home. Yesterday, we paced up and down the rows of a Christmas tree lot, trying to select the perfect tree. There was no trouble to find a full one. They come with extra branches wired in to fill the sparse spots. Last night we attended Kim and Becky School's Christmas pageant. It was one of those special times for parents when your own children touch your heart with the beautiful story of God's greatest act of love. And at the same time, it was a night full of smiles and hearty chuckles at the foibles of little children unaccustomed to performing on the stage. Of course, we were very proud of both girls as Kimmy, just on the tail end of a bout with the flu, bravely sang a lovely duet, and Becky joined her first-grade friends in the happy chorus, "How many colors are in God's rainbow?" This weekend, we'll put the frosting on top of our Christmas preparation when Edie and I will attend the annual performance of Handel's Messiah, sung in English by a wonderful Chinese choir which includes Pastor E. It is done so beautifully, and the words are so rich with divine grace and love, that we have always come away feeling like we have had a little taste of heaven. On Christmas Day, the family will celebrate the birth of our Lord at True Light, one of our Mandarin Chinese congregations in Taipei, where I will preach in Taiwanese with a Mandarin translator, and Edith will struggle to keep a very squirmy pastor's son properly quiet. This past year has been a wonderful one for our family, and I have been deeply gratified by the thrilling way God has blessed the China Lutheran Hour, previously called the Taiwan Lutheran Hour, which I have the privilege to direct again since our return to Taiwan. A survey has shown that our China Lutheran Hour drama program is now the most popular Christian program in Taiwan. And of more than 1,000 radio programs of all kinds, mostly secular ones, broadcast on Taiwan's 70-plus radio stations, our program rates among the top 50 in audience preference. Letters from listeners show how God is using the program to pour out His enormous blessings upon our audience throughout Southeast Asia. And we will have the joy of producing, and we who have the joy of producing the program could not be more grateful to God. Last spring, we began producing our drama programs in a fourth Chinese dialect, Cantonese, and we send them to Chinatown, San Francisco for broadcast there. So in effect, we in Taiwan have become missionaries to America, which is an interesting switch, don't you think? This year, we constructed a new studio for radio recording, and to help the studio pay a little for its upkeep, we're also using it to do some commercial lip-sync sound dubbing of American TV films into Chinese. And now Edith, who is busy baking Christmas cookies and sewing Christmas dresses, and Kimmy, who is the tallest third grader in her class, and Becky, who is a bright first grader, must take after her mother, and Susie, who at 3 is still Daddy's little girl, and Matthew, 1.5-year-old heir apparent and demolition expert, and myself, from all of us, a very, very blessed Christmas. Cordially, the Albrechts. As I already intimated, the Mission Board made our first term in Taiwan 5 years, and the second term 3 years. About 2 years into that second term, I saw that Henry Go was ready to take the reins of the China Lutheran Hour. I shared with him everything I had learned at Syracuse University, at least everything relevant to mass communications in Taiwan. And it was clear that he could carry on without me. Someone said, "The role of the missionary is to work himself out of a job." I had done that. And so I wrote to Reverend Paul Strage, in charge of overseas mission operations in the Far East, and asked if there was another mission field that needed someone with my training in radio and television. I said that I would finish out my 3-year term in Taiwan, hand over the role of director of the China Lutheran Hour to Henry Go, and then I would be prepared to go elsewhere. About the same time, I received a letter from the executive secretary of Lutheran Television in the States, Dr. Martin J. Neeb Jr., telling me that I was being considered as a possible replacement for Dr. Herman Gockel, who would be retiring in 1971 as program director for This Is the Life. This Is the Life was our church body's 30-minute religious TV drama, which then aired on over 400 network stations in the United States. The letter indicated that there was a long list of possible candidates for that position, and there was no way of knowing who would be chosen in the end. It simply wanted to know if I was willing to be considered for the position. I could guess some of the reasons I was on the list. First, This Is the Life was TV drama, and I had done radio drama, a cousin to TV drama, for several years. I was involved also in Taiwan's TV drama program, Sunday Theater. Secondly, at Syracuse University, I had made my master's thesis an analysis of This Is the Life, so I had extensive knowledge of the program. The third point, the position required a pastor, and I may have been one of few pastors on the list who had a master's degree that included television. Needless to say, Edith and I discussed Dr. Neeb's letter at some length. If I were chosen for the position and I accepted, it would take us back to the States. That would be good for our children. They were getting older, and education in America would be a plus for them at this stage, especially for Kim, who would be ready for middle school in a couple of years. It would also bring us close to my mother and to Edith's parents and Uncle John, a benefit we enjoyed so much during our year at Syracuse. So I replied to Dr. Neeb saying, yes, I was willing to be considered for the position of program director for This Is the Life. Then, as the year 1970 came to an end, we wondered if another letter would arrive telling us whether or not we had made the short list. If I recall correctly, the short list came in January 1971, and my name was still there along with about 4 other names. It was February when a letter arrived from St. Louis calling me officially to Dr. Gockel's position and asking that I start on April 1. What a crazy rush ensued. I quickly handed over my media work to Henry Go. Edith and I looked for buyers for our house furnishings, which had to be left behind, but finding none, we gave them away. We hastily packed out and flew to the States, arriving on March 17, St. Patrick's Day. That gave us 2 weeks to move into a temporary mission apartment in St. Louis, enroll our children in school, buy a car, and finally report for duty April 1 at our Lutheran television office at 21 North Broadway, St. Louis. Why April 1? Dr. Herman Gockel wanted me to fly out to California with him in April and join him on the sound stage of family films in Hollywood. I was to observe how he performed his role as This Is the Life was filmed. It would be the final filming that Dr. Gockel would oversee before his retirement, so my presence on the sound stage was critical. Well, that's how my mission work in Taiwan ended, and the new role of program director for Lutheran television began. A full account of that role is recorded in my book entitled Lutheran Television Glory Years. I left Lutheran television after 17 years. It was in September of 1988 when I became pastor of Pilgrim Lutheran Church in Santa Monica. The question is, can you provide an update on your children when you were about to become pastor of Pilgrim Lutheran Church in September 1988? This is the answer. Kim met John Vicker, a music major, in German class at Thousand Oaks, California Lutheran University in February 1981. They started dating almost immediately and were married at Canoga Park Lutheran Church on January 2nd, 1983. Both John's home pastor and I officiated. Suzanne Albrecht was the maid of honor, Rebecca Albrecht, a bridesmaid, and Matthew Albrecht, a groomsman. The following summer, the newlyweds moved to St. Louis to enable John to study for the pastoral ministry at Concordia Seminary. Kim worked for the vice president of seminary relations, Reverend Emmanuel Jansen, who had been her confirmation pastor at Canoga Park Lutheran. When he took another position, Kim became the administrative assistant to Dr. L. Dean Hempelman, who served in the interim. Shortly thereafter, Dr. Hempelman was one of the first to learn from Kim that she was unexpectedly expecting. On June 17, 1985, their son Jonathan was born, making Edith and me grandparents for the first time. In September 1988, while John was staying on for additional graduate studies at the seminary, Kim ran a daycare business out of their campus apartment and also proofread on the side for a church-oriented communication company. Rebecca graduated from California State University, Northridge, in May 1987 with a bachelor's degree in art two-dimensional. In September 1988, she was working as a junior designer for U.S. Sales Corporation, a direct mail company. Suzanne was working at Saks Fifth Avenue in Canoga Park. She was the assistant manager in the contemporary sportswear department, which became the largest volume department in the store under her expert guidance. She married firefighter Jerry Vandermeulen on August 28, 1988, just a month before I was installed at Pilgrim. They had chosen an outdoor venue, Malibu Lake Mountain Club in Agoura Hills. I performed the ceremony. Kim Albrecht Vicker was the matron of honor, Rebecca Albrecht, a bridesmaid, and Matthew and Mark Albrecht were ushers. Marlis Harmon from Canoga Park Lutheran, accompanied by a harpist, sang "Love is the Sunlight" with this beautiful closing verse. May we in gladness grow in your sunshine. May we in sadness rest in your shade. Giving and gaining, ever remaining, one in this marriage your love has made. Matthew had graduated from high school 2 years earlier, was living at home, and was trying various jobs before he eventually enrolled at San Jose State University and majored in anthropology. Mark Daniel Albrecht had been born on January 27, 1978 at West Hills Hospital, Westlake, California, while I was shooting a This Is Life episode at the very same hospital. In 1988, he was now 10 years old and attending Hollow Hills Fundamental School in Simi Valley. The next question. Can you give us highlights of your years at Pilgrim? Pilgrim was a first for me. I had been called to be a missionary to Taiwan, and after 9 years called to Lutheran television. June 13, 1987, 16 years into my TV ministry, Christ College Irvine presented me with a Doctor of Letters degree. It was an honorary doctorate for my work in television. And now at the age of 52, and after 17 years with Lutheran television, I accepted a call to Pilgrim in Santa Monica. I called it a first for me because I was becoming a parish pastor for the first time. I was nervous about one thing, my terrible memory for names. And I didn't know how Pilgrim would react to a pastor with that embarrassing deficiency. Edith had never been the wife of a parish pastor before, and she was nervous about how the members would receive her. Our worries were for nothing. The people loved Edith, and they patiently gave me their names Sunday after they exited the sanctuary and shook my hand until I could call each one by name without hesitation. Pilgrim was not only my first congregation, it was also my last. Last because I continued to serve as its pastor for 13 years until I retired at the age of 65. Pilgrim is located on a prime real estate lot bordering palm tree-dotted Wilshire Boulevard in Santa Monica, only 18 blocks from the ocean. It is a grand Gothic structure, a building you would expect to see in Europe. Its flying buttresses and its ornate stained glass windows imported from Germany bespeak its elegance. The sanctuary can easily seat 250, but when I arrived, 70 was about the maximum one would see at its one and only Sunday worship service. I preached my first Pilgrim sermon on October 2nd, 1988, a week after my installation. Two media friends of mine were in the audience, John Meredith Lucas, one of my favorite TV directors, and Jonathan Frakes, the actor who played number 1 in Star Trek, The Next Generation. I began the sermon. George Burns' latest book contains this letter from a pastor. Dear George, as a minister, I could use some advice on how to keep my audience awake during my sermons. You're so great with an audience. Signed, Man of the Cloth. George replied, My dear man, the secret of a good sermon is a good beginning and a good ending, and having them as close together as possible. My two guests, John Meredith Lucas and Jonathan Frakes, laughed. The rest of the congregation didn't. And then I added, if that is the criterion for a good sermon, you may not hear one this morning. Well, now the congregation felt it was appropriate to laugh, and they nodded in agreement as I continued, but I hope your expectations run deeper than that you expect to be nurtured and challenged spiritually instead of merely entertained in as brief a fashion as possible. Fulfilling those two expectations, to nurture and to challenge spiritually, became my goal for the next 13 years. A young layman of the congregation helped me toward that goal early on. It was probably March 1989 when he came to me with this proposal. Quote, Pastor, the hymns in our worship service are beautiful, especially appropriate for middle-aged and older people, but they are not the music of my generation. I would like to start a contemporary worship service with the congregation's permission, of course. I will find the musicians and I will handle whatever expenses are involved." Unquote. Well, George Brandon was the name of the young man who made this request. He and his wife Ruth had graduated as Lutheran school teachers from Christ College, Irvine, the same college that had given me an honorary doctorate. After a year or two of teaching, George felt that his best talents lay elsewhere, and he became a stockbroker. He was doing very well financially, so handling the expenses of a contemporary service would not be a burden for him. May 5th, 1989, our contemporary worship premiered at 8 a.m. with George on guitar and 3 vocalists assisting, including his wife Ruth. It was still going strong at my retirement 12 and a half years later, still providing spiritual nurture and spiritual challenge. Pilgrim had both a preschool and an elementary school when I arrived, but neither of them produced sufficient fruit, or I should say significant fruit, for the church. Most of the teachers were not theologically trained, and some were not even churchgoers, so the students didn't receive the spiritual nurture they needed. As a result, the school children rarely attended our church worship services. One day, George Brandon came to me with a proposal to fix that. He said, "We have hardly any youth in our congregation. We need a youth director who will bring them in. I would like to scout our Concordia universities around the country to find the best one for Pilgrim. With the congregation's permission, of course." And so it was that a super gifted young man by the name of Scott Falk came to us from Concordia University, River Forest, Illinois. Scott had been one of its star graduates, remaining for a couple of years after graduation to assist the school in its outreach to the community. On April 1, 1991, he became our youth director with the official title of Director of Christian Education. He wisely turned down the offer of an office close to mine, and he set one up in an area of the school where the children could readily come to him when they wished, and he could go to the children. What a difference he made. It was one thing for Pilgrim to have one of the finest directors of Christian education in the nation, but it was another thing to tie his hands with school teachers who did not have the theological background to provide the spiritual nurture the students should have received in the classroom. This time, it was not George Brandon, but Scott Falk himself who came to the rescue. We had an opening for a second-grade teacher, and Scott knew the perfect candidate, Suzanne Steve. She was graduating from Concordia River Forest, summa cum laude. She was a star on the women's varsity basketball team, though she was barely 5 feet tall. She had teaching gifts that placed her head and shoulders above many of her classmates. She was a superb pianist, and she had the kind of contagious faith that readily spilled over to the children that she came in contact with. We called her, and she joyfully accepted, arriving for the 1992 school year. Not long after her arrival, our principal dubbed her the best teacher he ever worked with. Suzanne not only inspired her second graders to new heights of achievement, but she coached all the grades in basketball and volleyball, served as music teacher and director of Pilgrim's Christmas and Spring musicals, as well as played the keyboard in our Sunday morning contemporary worship services. Scott Falk played the drums for that service, so along with Suzanne, George Brandon now had a total of 6 musicians for the contemporary service. The school was clearly on an upward path, and so was our contemporary worship. Scott and Suzanne also put their mark on our Wednesday morning school chapels. Scott came up with the idea of celebrating student baptisms once a month. He asked me to give a message during that chapel service which explained and encouraged baptism, and then invite any student who had been baptized during that month of the year to come forward. Scott would give each one a gift symbolizing baptism, then a candle which he would light for them while Suzanne led us in the song, "Happy Birthday, Dear Christian." The result was that many students who weren't baptized wanted to be. Some would come to Scott's office to express that desire. He would encourage them to talk to their parents, and if they agreed, he would set up a Sunday when they would be baptized at Pilgrim. Scott generally chose the contemporary service because he felt it would be easier for an unchurched parent to follow than our liturgical service. Another idea that Scott came up with was Bible Sunday, where every year we would present each second grader with his or her first Bible. It was a version easy for a young child to read and understand. Of course, Bible Sunday also brought their parents and introduced those without a church home to our church. I appreciated the fact that Scott was now teaching our confirmation classes. My son Mark was confirmed on November 24th, 1991. Scott had arrived several months earlier, but too late to be Mark's instructor. Since I taught an adult membership class between Sunday services, and confirmation class at that point needed to be taught at the very same time, I arranged for a spiritually gifted layman by the name of Mike Ischler to instruct Mark, as well as a girl by the name of Anne Hingsthorne, the one and only other candidate for confirmation. A new blessing presented itself in the spring of 1993. The Iron Curtain had collapsed in Russia, and the atheistic country was now open to Christian missionaries. The Lutheran Church Missouri Synod was among the church bodies that endeavored to help fill Russia's spiritual void. They sent out letters to our pastors asking if we could recommend anyone for mission work in Russia, especially someone who could converse in the Russian language. It happened that I could recommend such a person. He was James Dimitrov, a member of Pilgrim who was about to take his orals at the University of Southern California for a doctorate in Russian literature. He was a man who studied Russian for 17 years. Years earlier, he took courses at Harvard Divinity School, so his biblical and theological knowledge extended far beyond that of an average layman. I called James into my office and I shared the letter that I had received with him. He expressed a genuine interest and he contacted the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod headquarters. On June 20, 1993, the president of our Pacific Southwest District joined me as we commissioned him as our missionary to Russia. He would soon take up residence and establish an office in St. Petersburg. Pilgrim now had its own missionary, and every summer when James Dimitrov returned to the States for a brief time, he was our featured preacher on what came to be our annual Mission Sunday. I found that many of God's blessings at Pilgrim seemed to come one on top of another. We had lost our full-time church secretary, and I placed an ad in the local paper for another. The last person to interview for the position was a young woman by the name of Carol Ozunian. She arrived promptly and handed me her resume. It indicated a background far beyond the scope necessary for a church secretary. Teaching computer classes, experience in software for professional publishing, and performing as a vocalist were a few examples. I told her, "You are way overqualified for this position." She replied, "That doesn't bother me if it doesn't bother you." And so it was that Carol Zunion became Pilgrim's new church secretary at the end of July 1993. The first Sunday bulletin she printed immediately proved her professional publishing abilities, and so would our monthly newsletter. Before long, she joined the choir in our liturgical service, and her voice clearly showed evidence of her past performance as a vocalist. One Sunday, the choir director asked her to sing a solo. It was the first of hundreds of beautiful solos that she would perform over the years. Then when Pilgrim School lacked a music teacher, she volunteered to step in. That's the kind of person she was, cheerfully fulfilling any need that arose. Nothing goes smoothly forever, and the morning of January 17th, 1994 brought a calamity that changed so much at Pilgrim. My wife, Mark, and I were sleeping soundly in our beds when I heard what sounded like the rumble of a train approaching, and then a loud bang. It was pitch dark, only 4:30 a.m. I remember being shaken sideways and at the same time tossed into the air violently and repeatedly for what seemed to be several minutes. I had to hang on to the side of the bed to keep from being thrown off. When the shaking and tossing stopped, I felt my way down the hall in the dark to Edith's bedroom. Our electricity was off. My wife said that she was okay, but she didn't know about Mark, who was in the downstairs bedroom. It turned out that Mark was also feeling his way in the dark, coming up the stairway to see if we were okay. I tried to call my daughter, Susie, who now lived about 10 miles away in Moore Park. No answer. The phones were out. I got in my car and started driving to Moore Park. It was weird. No streetlights. I had to go very slowly because every so many yards I heard a loud thump as my car met pavement that had separated and either fallen or risen several inches. I found that Jerry, Susan's husband, was at work, and that Susie was alone with 9-month-old Christopher, but that both were fine. So I returned home to Edith and Mark, again driving very, very slowly. I won't go into all the damage we found in our house once the light of dawn became our illumination, but somehow the phone came back on, and a call came in from Gary Kraske, a Pilgrim member who was studying to be a doctor. "You don't want to come into Pilgrim today," he said. "The earthquake has done major damage to the church." My wife reminds me that I failed to take his advice. I had to see for myself. "And you stayed for a long time. You came home so late," she says. Gerald Ellerbush, who was our church president, Mike Ishler, who was not only Mark's confirmation teacher but an architect as well, Gary Kraske and some others bravely braved mortal damage to pull theological books out of my office and take them to a safe place in the school gymnasium. All the while, inspectors were red tagging our sanctuary and warning of more possible collapse. The bell tower had already collapsed, part of it onto Wilshire Boulevard. One of its 8-foot-long cement spires careened off the chancel roof, smashed through the ceiling into my secretary's office just outside mine. It lodged there like an unexploded torpedo. The east wall of the sanctuary had come loose and bowed precariously toward 18th Street. The west wall, boasting priceless stained glass renderings of the life of Christ, was structurally weakened but still intact. There was fear that the aftershocks that followed could bring the sanctuary roof crashing down. The roof didn't come crashing down, but since part of the bell tower did, Mike Ishler contacted Cleveland Wrecking Company to come and remove the debris from Wilshire Boulevard. They not only brought in trucks to haul away the debris, but a huge crane to remove the rest of the damaged bell tower, lest it also fall onto Wilshire and endanger people and vehicles. Their crew worked a day, a night, and another day at emergency rates. The dollars were mounting like those on a taxi meter, spinning out of control. The company's initial cost estimate didn't come close to the bill they finally sent us. Carol Azunian said to me, "Isn't there some way we can witness to the community that God is going to bless us in spite of this quake?" I came up with this message, which I posted boldly on our Wilshire Boulevard church sign. Watch God bless this quaky mess. God blessed our quaky mess almost immediately. A Lutheran from Fresno, California, happened to be visiting his mother in a Los Angeles nursing home the day after the quake. He stopped by, helped us move furniture from the sanctuary onto safer ground, and then handed me a $100 bill. He said, "Let this be the start of your earthquake repair fund." The fund grew as Lutherans all across America read about Pilgrim's earthquake damage and sent gifts. Donations even came from non-Lutherans, particularly local residents who felt badly each time they passed our once beautiful red brick structure on Wilshire Boulevard. The early estimated amount needed to return our sanctuary to safe use approached $900,000. In the end, that turned out to be much too conservative an estimate. I won't go into detail about how we finally paid it all off, except to say that God provided, as He always does. Two of His greatest gifts to our reconstruction efforts were Gerald Ellerbush, our church president, and also Dietmar Kruger. Gerald, or Jerry as we called him, was determined that reconstruction must not interfere with Pilgrim's ongoing ministry. "You think only about ministry," he said. "Let me worry about restoring our sanctuary." What a blessing his decisive offer turned out to be. Jerry put together a committee he called CERT, S-E-R-T, which stands for Sanctuary Earthquake Rehabilitation Team. It engaged structural engineers to study the extent of the earthquake damage and to recommend measures to make our sanctuary less vulnerable to quakes in the future. After 6 studies, each offering different proposals, the CERT team recommended and the church voted to follow one of the proposals and proceed with the repair. The company selected for the actual reconstruction work was Ardsley, headed by our own member Dietmar Kruger. Jerry said of him, "I can't tell you how many thousands of dollars Dietmar saved us. He was constantly looking for ways to cut costs without sparing quality." For some reason, the earthquake, which did such a number on our sanctuary, left our school and its gymnasium totally unscathed. They didn't suffer so much as a cracked window. For nearly 3 years, we would hold Sunday worship, Bible classes, and Sunday school in the gym. But on September 8, 1996, we were back. Back in a sanctuary not only restored, but far more beautiful than it had ever been before. So ends my account of what has been called the 1994 Northridge earthquake, the one that killed 57 people, injured 8,700, and brought estimated property damage of $22 to $86 billion at today's currency rate. In spite of the fact that the quake seemed to me to last several minutes, it had an official duration of 10 to 20 seconds. Its magnitude was 6.7 on the Richter scale. At this point, I will back up and fill you in on what was happening to the Albrecht children since I was installed at Pilgrim in late September of 1988. On November 5, 1988, less than 2 months into my ministry at Pilgrim, I had the honor of officiating at the marriage of my daughter Rebecca and Alexander William MacLeod Beaton. At the time, Alexander was America's most famous Scottish folk singer, and the wedding music showed it. He enlisted his Canadian brother Neil to play the bagpipes, and a world-class violinist, Alistair Fraser, to play the fiddle. Neil, in full Scottish garb, piped in the groom's party to the tune "'Twas Within a Mile of Edinburgh Town." After the benediction, he piped out the entire wedding party to the tune "Lewis Bridal Song." Our daughter Kim was Rebecca's matron of honor, and daughter Suzanne was the bridesmaid. One of the highlights of the ceremony was Alex singing a solo to Rebecca, Robert Burns' famous love song, "A Red, Red Rose." Alistair Fraser and his amazing fiddle provided the accompaniment. This wedding surely was the most colorful that Pilgrim had ever seen or would see. The next event affecting one of the Albrecht children was the ordination of Kim's husband, John Vicker, on July 30, 1989. A pastor's ordination is traditionally held in his home church, and this one was no different. It took place at Holy Cross, Atwater, California. John asked me to preach, and I happily accepted the offer. Following his ordination, Kim and John moved to Michigan and in September began serving at St. Mark's, West Bloomfield, Michigan, just a year after I began serving at Pilgrim. Births came next, a series of births that would continue until a year after the Northridge earthquake and give Edith and me 4 more grandchildren. First was Alessandra Beaton, On June 7th, 1990, the lovely first offspring of Rebecca and Alex Beaton. Allie, as we would call her, looked the part of a fetching Scottish lass from day one. 2 months later, on October 16, 1990, Kim gave birth to their second child, Rebecca Vicker, who, like her brother Jonathan, would become an extraordinary talented musician, inheriting John's musical prowess. Nearly 3 years later, it was Suzanne's turn. She and Jerry had their firstborn, Christopher, on April 11, 1993. No one would have believed that their handsome little boy would one day become an equally handsome firefighter. Just a month later, on May 21, 1993, Alex Beaton and Rebecca welcomed their second daughter, Catriona. It was difficult to tell which was the most beautiful baby, Catriona or her sister Alexandra. Finally, on June 24, 1995, a year and 5 months after the Northridge earthquake, Brittany Vandermeulen was born, giving Suzanne and Jerry their one and only daughter, one who would grow to rival her mother in loveliness. Now back to activities at Pilgrim. From the beginning, I did what I could to use media in my new ministry, even media borrowed from my Lutheran television days. The first example was The Little Troll Prince, the delightful animated TV Christmas special produced by Hanna-Barbera and aired in 1987, just a year before my arrival at Pilgrim. It was specially designed to present the love of God to children, unchurched children, as well as those who had a church home. We had also designed it to be used off TV, providing our congregations with the material they needed to throw Little Troll Prince Christmas parties for the children of their community. I threw one at Pilgrim. We promised children Troll Prince buttons and balloons, plus a special screening of the TV show in our gymnasium. There was so much professionally designed promotional material to use, and we used it all, including Troll Prince doorknob hangers that we hung in the neighborhood. I ordered the Troll Prince costume we had stored in St. Louis, one that a child from Pilgrim School could put on and greet those coming to our party, pretending to be the little Troll Prince himself. I asked the producer of the Little Troll Prince, Bernie Wolf, if he could get away from his work at Hanna-Barbera long enough to come and draw sketches of the Troll Prince that we could give to the children attending the party. He happily accepted the invitation. As we said goodbye to the children and their parents, we gave each one a full-color brochure summarizing the TV show we had projected for them, along with this gospel message, quote, "The Bible tells us God loves us so much, He forgives and forgets all the bad things we do when we believe in Jesus as our Savior. That's what Christmas is all about." Unquote. In 1997, a new media opportunity presented itself. The chance for Pilgrim to go on a local public access TV channel that reached Santa Monica and neighboring communities. Lutheran Hour Ministries in St. Louis had come up with a Christian TV talk show about today's issues, a program perfect for public access channels. It was entitled On Main Street and was hosted by Lutheran Hour speaker Dr. Dale Meyer. We could customize the show for our own promotional purposes by taping a member of Pilgrim and me giving a brief welcome to our church and then editing editing it to the front of the show provided by St. Louis. We aired the first program on July 6, 1997. It was entitled Euthanasia. The second show a week later was called Living with Cancer, and the third, Christians in Business. Since the programs were being broadcast on a public access TV channel, the audience for our shows wasn't large. But they were an attempt to reach out to the community in a medium that cost us almost nothing. Costing even less was an in-reach/outreach program we called Friday Film Festival. Our Pacific Southwest District office in Irvine, California, was closing down its film rental program for local congregations. Most of the films in their library were 16mm episodes of This Is a Life programs, shows that I had produced myself. District asked if I wanted them, which I obviously did. A member of Pilgrim, whose name I have forgotten, came up with the idea of showing 2 of these 30-minute films in our gymnasium once a month on a Friday night, inviting our members to bring friends who had no church home. We chose a time of the year when it got dark early and selected 7 p.m. as a starting time. We did so because we had no way of darkening the long row of windows in the gym. Well, since it got dark by 7 o'clock at that time, light streaming through the windows wasn't an issue. I think we initiated this program during the nearly 3 years the earthquake made it necessary for the church to conduct all its activities in the school gym. If my memory is correct, it was also a wise use of the gym during this difficult period. Santa Monica had a local newspaper with journalists that gave Pilgrim favorable press. They covered us extensively when the earthquake did such enormous damage to our sanctuary, and they followed up as we made progress restoring the edifice. We ran ads in this paper each year as we got close to Christmas, publicizing our 7:30 p.m. Christmas Eve candlelight service. We had someone to attract the community that other churches didn't have, the Scottish folk singer Alex Beaton. Beginning my first Christmas Eve at Pilgrim in 1988, Alex led the assembly in song. An article in our 1997 Pilgrim newsletter entitled Our Ninth Christmas Eve with Soloist Alex Beaton describes Alex's performance this way, unquote. A quote, rather. Decked out in evening Highland garb and accompanied by his classic electric guitar, this native of Glasgow will help lead us on a musical pilgrimage to the manger for the 9th straight year, unquote. After so many years, we hardly needed to advertise in the local paper. The 250 seating capacity of our sanctuary was maxed out before Alex began Pilgrim's call to worship at the stroke of 7:30 p.m. As Easter approached, we used our members to promote Pilgrim to their friends who were without a church home. A large postcard was our advertising tool. The one we designed in 1998 featured on the front side a large stuffed Easter bunny that was out of focus, fuzzy. It read, "Has the true meaning of Easter gotten a little fuzzy? Give your children more than bunnies and baskets this year. Give them a miracle. Join us on Easter as we celebrate the resurrection of Jesus Christ," unquote. The back side of the large postcard read, "An invitation from your friend at Pilgrim Lutheran." It was followed by 4 paragraphs with these headings: Easter Treasure Hunt, 8 a.m., Easter Festival Service, 9 and 11 a.m., Easter Breakfast, 10:15 a.m. to 10:45 a.m., and Easter Food Drive. That last paragraph read, quote, "Please help us help the less fortunate. Bring a can of food with you for Sunlight Mission, an organization that helps abused women and children," unquote. At the bottom were the words, "Your friend," with a space for the sender to write his name or her name. The success of this Easter invitation could be judged by the mountains of canned foods that filled our pilgrims' lobby by the close of our Easter worship. Earlier, I said that the contemporary service was initiated by George Brandon, and I wrote about it. As he continued to support that service, he was, in a sense, its savior. At the same time, our liturgical worship service wasn't left without its saviors. First, there was Carol Azunian as she joined the choir and provided her inspiring solos. The second was Dennis Gainow, who I called the finest church organist west of the Mississippi River. An opening presented itself for him to become our organist. How he could make our organ sing. And then a letter came to Pilgrim from a professional musical duo, Patty and Steve Evans. Actually, they sent out the same letter to all the churches in the area to see if any would be interested in using their talents. Carol immediately responded for Pilgrim, inviting them to come to our church for an interview. Patty played an amazing flute, and Steve played an equally amazing 12-string guitar. We jumped at the chance of adding them to our liturgical service. From the first Sunday that they played for us, they filled our chancel with wonderful classical pieces. J.S. Bach was one of their favorite composers. In my mind, I can still hear them playing Bach's "Sheep May Safely Graze." Unforgettably beautiful. It was either months or years after Patty and Steve arrived, I don't know which, that they asked me to baptize them. Eventually they moved away. How we missed them. But they keep in touch. To this day, they send us Christmas cards from their home in Portland, Oregon. Pilgrim School, which had been blessed with the arrival of Scott Falk and Suzanne Steve, was blessed anew in 1994. It came in the form of a new graduate from Concordia University, Irvine, earlier called Christ College. He was a pastor's son by the name of Nathan Killian. Nathan was a born teacher, the kind that students love. And he soon became one of our school's most popular instructors. I had a policy that every first-year teacher would be given no church responsibility other than attending worship. But at the beginning of their second year of teaching, they would have to choose one ministry of the church to become a part of. Nathan chose the evangelism committee. The committee soon voted to have him as their chair. One of the chair's duties was to lead in opening devotions. Nathan virtually blew us away with his first devotion. What theological depth he demonstrated. After several more of equal depth, I asked if he would be willing to try preaching a sermon in church, adding that I would help him. he accepted my offer. The congregation effusively praised his first sermon and said they hoped he would preach again. I gave him the opportunity several times. Soon members of Pilgrim suggested to him that a young man with his theological gifts should consider going to the seminary and becoming a pastor. Fast forward to September 1997. Nathan wrote a letter which appeared in our October church newsletter. Here is a paragraph, quote, I have presently completed the initial week of orientation here at Concordia Seminary, and am closing in on finishing my first week of classes as well. I can sense your prayers and well wishes, as God has made my transition exceptionally smooth. I am so blessed to have such a supportive family in Pilgrim, and cannot begin to tell you how grateful I am. Your cards, encouragement, and financial assistance all serve to reinforce the service to which the Lord has called me. Unquote. The next 4 years of seminary training, Nathan regularly kept Pilgrim informed of his progress. Just as we considered James Dimitrov our missionary, we thought of Nathan Killian as our seminarian. Soon we would think of him as our pastor. But that is a story for later telling. I was never satisfied with canned religious material. I couldn't use canned worship prayers. I had to write my own. I couldn't use canned sermons. I had to write my own. So also I had grown dissatisfied with canned adult instruction materials for people seeking to understand the Christian faith in preparation for membership. I had to write my own. Well, partly my own. Two other Lutheran pastors back in 1962 felt the same way I did. They had to write their own adult material. They called it Perspective, a fitting title because it gave a fresh perspective on the key doctrines of the Christian faith. It was interesting, easy reading, yet very insightful. I couldn't purchase copies for my adult membership class at Pilgrim because it was long out of print. So I decided to edit it, add my own new material, and give it to Carol Azunian to make into a spiral-bound document. Carol drew on all of her knowledge of software publishing to make it look so professional you'd think it came off a printing press. I kept the original title Perspective, but I added, A Guide for In-Depth Growth in the Christian Faith. We printed off hundreds of copies on Pilgrim's copy machine, enough to give to each of our adult students in 1996 and for many years after. I called my class the Discovery Class, and the room in which I held those classes came to be called the Discovery Room. It was no quick and easy class. It took 14 sessions to complete the course. Many pastors require only a couple of weeks for their new member classes, but I wanted my adults joining Pilgrim to do in-depth study over nearly 4 months with the goal of turning them into members solidly grounded in the faith. A neighboring pastor liked this approach and ordered copies of Perspective for his classes also. Another thing I was not satisfied with was canned instructions canned introductions for parents of new students to our school. So again, I had to write my own. I called it, Who Are the Lutherans? A fitting title because nearly all of our school parents, were non-Lutherans, some even non-Christians. I decided on 7 biblical teachings that made us Lutherans, and then found 7 interesting stories, secular stories, sometimes humorous stories, to go with each of the teachings. I was determined that my half-hour introduction to Lutheranism would be the opposite of boring. Scott Falk always attended this introduction session for new parents, and he added icebreakers to the beginning of the session and free religiously oriented gifts at the close. We wanted new school parents to go away pleased and satisfied. Speaking of Scott, he was soon graced with 2 great blessings. Marriage to Suzanne Steve on August 9, 1998, and his bride taking the reins as Pilgrim School's new principal in September 1999. The wedding was at Pilgrim. Suzanne's father, Pastor John Steve, came from Green Valley, Arizona, to conduct the ceremony jointly with me. I was asked to give the homily. As for Suzanne's call as principal, it was homecoming time. She had left Pilgrim School in 1996 to accept a teaching position at one of the largest Lutheran churches and one of the largest Lutheran schools in the nation. 3 years later, she now returned as principal of Pilgrim School, a position that pleased her and brought new vitality to our school. June 25, 2000 was a red-letter day for our family. Wedding bells rang out for our youngest son. At the stroke of 2 o'clock, it was my honor to officiate as Mark Daniel Albrecht married Jamie Antoinette Bonilla. The two had known each other since junior high and dated for a couple of years before tying the knot on this warm Santa Monica afternoon. In recent months, Jamie had spent time with us often, and we'd come to know her well. She also became well acquainted with Mark's siblings and nieces, and so it was no surprise when she listed our granddaughters, Catriona Beaton and Brittany Vandermeulen, as junior bridesmaids, and Rebecca Vicker and Alexandra Beaton to man the guest book. Mark chose his brother Matthew as best man. Carol Azunian was both the wedding coordinator and the soloist. I began my wedding message with these words, quote, "There's a humorous saying, man is not complete until he's married. Then he's finished." I know that you don't believe that, Mark. For 22 years, you've observed my marriage to your mother, and you know that marriage didn't finish me, at least didn't finish me off. The very opposite happened. It was a beginning for me, a beginning of blessings from God that I could not have experienced in any other way. Carol's solo, "Love is the Sunlight," which immediately followed, added flavor to my message, praising God's blessing on marriage and marital life. The reception in our church gymnasium demonstrated another kind of love attached to gracious service, which the caterer, Pilgrim member Sharon Dean, and her assistants displayed so beautifully. We invited some of our closest friends to the reception. Larry and Carol Holben, who were Mark's godparents. Dick Wendley, who was one of my favorite screenwriters from TV days, and his wife Vera. John Spillner, who was Edith's brother from New York, and the Dmitrovs, Pilgrim's missionaries to Russia, among others. Mark, who was braver than his father and did not have my 2 left legs, I should say 2 left feet, danced with his mother finishing off the evening in memorable style. By the fall of 2000, I was talking to my wife about retirement. I'd be 65 in September 2001, and I was growing bone weary. The 30-mile commute to Santa Monica from my home in Simi Valley didn't seem so bad in 1988, but now, 12 years later, the morning drive to Pilgrim was invariably bumper to bumper and could take an hour and a half. On evenings when church meetings ran late, I would come home so tired I was almost asleep before I fell into bed. Edith and I talked about alternatives. Perhaps getting a cot at Pilgrim or taking a hotel when days got too long, but neither seemed very practical. And so I finally announced to the congregation that I would retire the following September and that they might want to start looking for my replacement soon so Pilgrim would not have to endure a long pastoral vacancy. So it was that on February 4th, 2001, we had a congregational meeting devoted to the subject of searching for a new pastor. When someone reminded the assembly that seminarian Nathan Killian would be graduating in a few months and would be eligible for a call, much discussion revolved around Nathan versus an unknown pastor that we might call instead. Our March newsletter summarized the outcome of the meeting with an article titled, "Pilgrim Calls Nathan Killian." It said, quote, "Nathan was the overwhelming choice of the congregation, due in a great measure to the marvelous service he provided our church, first as Pilgrim school teacher, then as chairman of the board of church growth, then as elder, and finally as guest preacher," unquote. The article added that the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod's Board of Assignments might choose not to grant Pilgrim's request, but stated, quote, "If Nathan is placed at Pilgrim, he will begin his work here on July 1. This will give Pastor Albrecht a generous opportunity to orient Pastor Killian before he hands over the reins completely on September 30, unquote. That if became a reality, and with enormous joy and celebration, Nathan was ordained and installed at Pilgrim on June 24th, 2001. The September newsletter contained articles speaking of my retirement on the 30th of the month and provided this data. Quote, "At Pilgrim alone, Pastor Albrecht conducted 215 baptisms, 21 of those on a busy school chapel service, 116 confirmations, 61 funerals and memorial services, over 50 marriages, including 2 of his own children. He has visited the shut-ins and held the hand of the dying. He has comforted, listened, cheered, understood, and given much wise counsel," unquote. What a gracious way to be remembered. Edith and I have often said, of all of our ministries, Taiwan, Lutheran Television, and Pilgrim, we were the happiest at Pilgrim. Pilgrim pulled out all the stops for our farewell party in the gym on September 30th. They knew that I enjoyed 2 things related to water: canoeing on my day off at Lake Casitas, and listening to Prairie Home Companion with comedian Garrison Keeler and his radio tales of Lake Wobegon. They asked to borrow my canoe as a prop for the party, and Carol Azunian designed decorations and small favor cups inscribed with "Lake Well Done, Pilgrim Home Companion." Obviously a play on words of Garrison Keillor's show. The party included a good-natured roast, a skit by a couple playing Edith and Me, solos, a group singing of Well Done, a song that Carol had composed, plus a banjo player and endless choices of delicious food. And so ended my days at Pilgrim, my first and last parish. The next question. What was the scariest thing that ever happened to you? I talked about it in my 1998 Christmas Eve sermon. The title was A Savior Lying in a Manger. And the point I was trying to make is that often in our self-sufficient pride, we act as if we don't need a Savior. The example I used was something that happened to me on my day off in mid-December as I was canoeing on the icy waters of Lake Casitas. It was something very, very scary. This is how I described it. 2 weeks ago, I gently dropped the nose of a canoe into one of California's beautiful lakes and began paddling for the middle. The lake was mirror smooth. I made good speed, arriving at the middle in just over a half hour. Suddenly, a light ripple disturbed the smooth surface of the water, and in 5 short minutes, whitecaps appeared. The wind began gusting with such strength out of the north that I couldn't escape the clear warning. I'd better point the nose of the canoe into the wind in the direction I had come, get to shore quickly, and settle for a short day on the water. 3 or 4 minutes later, I realized what a challenge it would be to reach shore at all. The wind was howling like a banshee, and the waves were tossing my canoe like a father tosses his little child playfully in the air. Except the waves weren't being playful. As they surged higher and higher, they and the increasingly volatile winds pushed the canoe off course, away from the shore to which I was heading. Using every ounce of strength in my self-sufficient muscles, I could not counter the wind and the waves and get my canoe back on course. Now you have to understand, I am a water enthusiast who has long boasted that my canoe has never capsized. But it looked like this would be the day when I would eat those words. Suddenly, I heard a call behind me. It was a man in a heavy-duty motorboat, a whaler it is called. Heavy-duty or not, it was bouncing like a cork in the ocean. The man in the whaler called, "Need help?" In my self-sufficient pride, I had to think a moment, and then I swallowed my pride and called back, "Yes." But even as I had swallowed my pride, the wind swallowed my words, and the man couldn't hear me. He gunned his engine, drew a little closer, and shouted, "Are you okay?" What a silly question to ask a self-sufficient individualist. I shouted back, "Yes, I'm okay." I could see him, even at the distance that separated us, shrugging his shoulders and preparing to move away. And then I called as loud as I could, "But I need help." He heard the word help, and resumed his course toward my canoe. By the time he reached me, the waves had risen another foot. As I threw the tow rope toward him, he yelled, "You can't stay in the canoe. You will capsize. Get into my boat." I meekly obeyed. As we dragged the empty canoe behind us and headed into the wind toward the shore, icy spray hit us and drenched us to the skin. And the now gale-like winds pushed the heavy-duty whaler back with a force almost equal to its motor. Using all the throttle he could muster and still keep the boat from being swamped by the incoming waves, it took my, quote, savior, unquote, a half hour to reach shore. Exactly the length of time I had taken to calmly paddle out under muscle power to my dangerous destination in the middle of the lake. As he dropped me and the canoe at the dock and I thanked him profusely, he said, "I live on this lake, and never have I seen wind or waves the likes of this." I turned on my car heater full blast to warm my icy wet clothes as I headed home, and I repeatedly thanked God for sending this man into my life. As I did so, a thought entered my head, probably from the Lord. This was the thought: you have just been reminded what it means to have a Savior. The next question: who is your favorite theologian? I have too many favorites to count. But if you were to ask who is the newest theologian that has had an impact on me, I would answer in the words I shared with a group of former Taiwan missionaries back in 2016. It was part of a closing devotion that I was leading. This is what I wrote. 2 years ago, a new theologian came into my life. He has taught me so much, more than some of my seminary professors, not by speaking a single word, but solely by example. There's a picture of him on your song sheet. He's a tiny 15-pound mini pincher by the name of Bandit Buddy. We call him Bandit for short. Bandit is a rescue dog. He was abandoned by his previous owner and spent 3 long months in a shelter locked in a crate. It left him with severe psychological problems, most notably one called separation anxiety. But before I speak about that, let me first say that Theologian Bandit has perfectly exemplified to me what Martin Luther said it means to have a God. In his large catechism, Luther wrote, "To whatever you give your heart and entrust your being, that, I say, is really your God." To Bandit, I am his God. How I wish I could entrust myself to the Lord and give my heart to God as fervently as Bandit gives his to me. He sleeps in a wire crate by my bed at night, and when I open the door to that crate in the morning, he invariably jumps up and eagerly licks my hand in his version of a kiss, as if to say, "God, how much I love you." As seriously as I take my responsibility as Bandit's God, I fail, and especially in one major respect. Sometimes I leave him, and for more than an hour or two. Remember, Bandit suffers from separation anxiety. My wife tells me that while I'm gone, Bandit often sits by the front door, waiting, sometimes for hours on end. Not wanting to eat, not wanting to do anything. And when I do return, he roundly scolds me as if to say, "Don't ever leave me again." Theologian Bandit has taught me how profound the true God's promise is to you and me, the one printed just below Bandit's picture on your song sheet. Hebrews chapter 13, verse 5. He, God, has said, "I will never leave you, nor forsake you." Jesus made that promise his own when he said in the last chapter of Matthew, "I am with you always, to the end of the age." The next question, who is your favorite author? Probably C.S. Lewis, with Philip Yancey a close runner-up. C.S. Lewis intrigued me early on because he was a strident atheist at the age of 17, who later became the chief defender of the Christian faith in the 20th century. His most famous theological book is Mere Christianity, a collection of radio talks on the BBC made between 1951 and 1944 while Lewis was at Oxford during the Second World War. He was also an outstanding writer of children's literature, authoring the Narnia series, beginning with The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. I've read most, if not all, of his books. There's a quotation from The Four Loves that I have found most profound. He writes, "To love at all is to be vulnerable. Love anything, and your heart will certainly be wrung and possibly be broken. If you want to make sure of keeping it intact, you must give your heart to no one, not even an animal. Wrap it carefully round with hobbies and little luxuries. Avoid all entanglements. Lock it up safe in the casket or coffin of your selfishness. But in that casket, safe, dark, motionless, airless, it will change. It will not be broken. It will become unbreakable, impenetrable, irredeemable." Unquote. Philip Yancey is an award-winning contemporary Christian author whose main theme is grace. I own 10 of his books. One of his favorites is "What's So Amazing About Grace?" In it he asks, if grace is God's love for the undeserving, then what does it look like in action? And if Christians are its sole dispensers, then how are we doing at lavishing grace on a world that knows far more of cruelty and of unforgiveness than it does of mercy? The next question. What is your favorite musical instrument? The violin. My father, Franklin, owned 2 of them and played not only the violin but the mandolin as well. My stepfather, Oscar Treichler, also played the violin. I still remember the evenings in Menomonee Falls, Wisconsin, when he would take his violin down from the shelf and serenade us with Brahms' Guten Abend, Gute Nacht, lullaby and good night in English. I took violin lessons for part of a year when I was 13 or 14. After much screeching on one of my father's violins, I realized that I was utterly lacking in musical talent. The next question. What can you tell us about our family tree that we do not know? I traveled to Germany on a search for my Albrecht roots in the summer of 2006. What I discovered I printed in a small book with lots of photos. The bottom line is that my great-grandparents were born in Mecklenburg, Germany. Such a beautiful part of the country that it's hard to believe one of their sons would leave and immigrate to the States. Check out my book for more details. What do you think are the great inventions in your lifetime? Is the next question. My answer, the computer, the internet, and the cell phone. I remember well the wall phone from my childhood with its party line and a crank to summon the operator. The phone had no dial. You would turn the crank to ring the operator, tell her the person you wanted to talk to, and she would place the call. Since you were on a party line, the moment nosy neighbors heard a click from their wall phone, they would run to it, hold the receiver to their ear, and listen in on your conversation. You can understand how your private life turned to gossip, which spread like wildfire. Improvements to that early phone soon brought the privacy we have today, but the cell phone added unprecedented features. In my childhood, I couldn't fathom a phone that you could put into your pocket, also used as a camera, a calculator, a source of news, a way to navigate your car. The options go on and on. I remember writing my first sermons by hand or typing them on a typewriter. But the computer changed all that. No more striking out words or lines that didn't sound right when you practiced speaking the sermon before preaching it. Now you could delete them by tapping a computer key, or you could do a cut and paste and insert them in a portion of the manuscript where they made more sense. It was my 11-year-old son, Mark, who taught me how to use the computer. That's how generational this invention was. Of course, it was the internet that turned both the computer and the cell phone into the magical instruments they are today. Among other things, with it we have access to all the information in the Library of Congress, and more, simply by doing a Google search. Al Gore once claimed to have invented the internet. Using Google, I find that it's not true. It says, computer scientists Vinton Cerf and Bob Kahn are credited with inventing the internet communication protocols we use today and the system referred to as the internet. The next question. Did you take on other assignments after retiring from Pilgrim? Many. It was less than a month after retirement that I was contacted by Peace Lutheran Church in Camarillo, California. They were without a pastor and had placed a call to another and were waiting to see if he would accept. Peace had a director of Christian education with the title of family minister, a young man by the name of Mike Schultz, who was commissioned to preach, but not to administer Holy Communion. Would I preach and give the sacrament on Communion Sundays, they asked. I did so, taking my family with me. It turned out that I only preached there 3 times before Reverend Rob Riebensall accepted the call and was installed on December 2nd. In the interim, we had fallen in love with the congregation and decided to stay on as members. Mark and Jamie joined Peace, and so did Suzanne Vandermeulen and her family. And when it came time for Alexandra Beaton to attend confirmation class, we drove her to Peace each week and then back again. After her confirmation, we drove her sister, Katie Beaton, to confirmation class, along with Suzanne's son, Christopher. They were confirmed together. Next, it was Brittany Vandermeulen's turn. She was the 4th of our grandchildren to be confirmed at Peace. After Brock Vandermeulen was born on January 8, 2005, Pastor Riebensall graciously allowed me the honor of performing the baptism, bringing my 9th grandchild into God's kingdom. In December of 2001, after assisting at Peace only 3 months, I received a phone call from Dr. Charles Mansky, the founding president of Christ College, Irvine. He half chuckled as he ordered, "Your retirement is over. Get back to work." Now, Chuck, as I called him, was referring to a new TV ministry that our church body, the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, wanted me to produce. It was a weekly worship program called Point of Truth. This is the background. The leading religious TV channel at the time, TBN, which stands for Trinity Broadcasting Network, was studying the Nielsen TV ratings. To their surprise, the most popular TV programs were not the talk shows that they were featuring, but church worship programs. It shouldn't have been surprising. There were 2 blockbuster worship programs on TV at the time, Dr. Robert Schuller's Hour of Power and Dr. D. James Kennedy's Coral Ridge TV program. TBN next approached DirecTV about opening a new channel for church worship. Why DirecTV? It was then the biggest satellite provider with nearly 12 million U.S. households. The result of their discussions was that DirecTV created the Church Channel, Channel 371, sponsored by TBN. It made its debut on January 15, 2002. Its goal? Televise church worship services 24 hours a day. Well, months before that, TBN started looking for churches to appear on the Church Channel, and they approached our Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. It was the fall of 2001. The Lutheran Church Missouri Synod was obviously known for its long history in radio and TV, with the Lutheran Hour, This Is the Life, and TV specials. TBN made our synod an offer it couldn't refuse. If we would produce a weekly half-hour worship program for a nationwide broadcast, they would give us one of the most favored time slots, Sundays, 12 noon to 12:30 Pacific Time. They would charge us a piddling $600 a week. For another $600 a week, they offered us a half hour on TBN's European and Middle East satellite. Reverend Tom Lapaka, Executive Director of Synod's Board for Communication Services, huddled with Dr. Charles Mansky, who was a member of Tom's board. Without a dime allocated to television, Reverend Lapaka authorized Synod to sign a contract with the Church Channel, committing the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod to a half-hour weekly worship program at $600 a week for national airtime. They decided to put off the offer for the European and Middle East satellite for the time being. Remember the words, without a dime allocated to television. And you can guess what I was offered to produce the new TV series. 0. It would be pro bono on my part, but to be fair, also on Chuck Mansky's part. The flyer following page 62 of this document, Ardons Story, gives you the story of Point of Truth in its second broadcast season. It provides details that I don't need to duplicate here. The bottom line is that I produced 5 seasons of the show before we stopped production due to lack of financial support from Synod. Following Point of Truth, I served Canoga Park Lutheran Church as their interim pastor from July 2007 through March 2008, and then as visiting pastor at Resurrection Lutheran Church, Quartz Hill, from January to October 2009, and then preaching on Communion Sundays at Trinity Reseda from January 2010 to the end of June 2011. In 2012, 2 more assignments came my way. One was mentoring the youth director of Trinity Simi Valley as the congregation voted to make him their pastor on the condition that he enroll in a new online seminary program, a program that needed to have a mentor. Well, 4 years of my mentoring later, he became Pastor Robert Barker. The other assignment came from my son-in-law, John Vicker, now the senior assistant to the president of the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod. He asked me to produce a documentary for Synod about Rosa J. Young, an amazing African-American woman who was instrumental in starting 30 Lutheran schools, 35 Lutheran chapels, and a Lutheran college, all for young people of her race. We shot the documentary in 2014 and called it The First Rosa, Teacher, Confessor, Church Planter. I was the screenwriter, producer, and director. John Vicker was one of the executive producers, and I chose Robert Barker as the narrator. The next question. Would you please provide a final update on your children and their families? This is an update as of this month, May 2020, and in no special order. First of all, Suzanne's family. Brock was confirmed 2 years ago at Trinity Simi Valley. His statement of faith inspired the congregation and made me proud. Entitled Aiming at Heaven, he wrote, "If my confirmation studies have taught me anything, they have taught me to devote my life to one primary goal, aiming at heaven. My grandfather's favorite theologian, C.S. Lewis, said, 'If you read history, you will find out that the Christians who did most for the present world were precisely those who thought most of the next. Aim at heaven, and you will get earth thrown in. aim at earth and you get nothing. Rather, aim at earth and you get neither. As Brock becomes 15 next month and is finishing his first year of high school, he is still aiming at heaven. That does not keep him from being an avid mountain biker and fisherman. Jerry Vandermeulen retired a year ago as battalion chief of the Ventura County Fire Department, but he did not stay retired long. The city of Malibu hired him as an advisor to help them prevent the kind of wildfires that torched so much property and destroyed so many homes in recent years. Christopher Vandermeulen, who recently turned 27, is following in his father's footsteps. He is a firefighter with the Los Angeles County Fire Department. In addition, he has a keen interest in metal craft and fabrication. Not only an interest in it, but a talent for it, demonstrated by his growing business called Moore Park Metals. Brittany Vandermeulen, who is celebrating her 25th birthday next month, has found in a professional fisherman, Tucker McCombs, the love of her life. He owns a large fishing boat designed to take groups of 20 or more out to the ocean for overnight deep-sea fishing. Brittany runs a dockside store for his customers. She also schedules his fishing trips and charters while keeping a close check to see that everything is running smoothly. Unfortunately, the coronavirus pandemic has put a temporary hold on both businesses, the fishing trips and the store. Suzanne has been setting aside Thursdays to help out at Luther's Attic, a thrift shop in Moore Park that benefits our preschool at Trinity Simi Valley. She draws on knowledge gained from years at Saks Fifth Avenue to maximize the shop's sales, and that's in addition to her own online merchandise sales. Nevertheless, her family always comes first, and she devotes most of her time to their welfare. Edith and I are grateful that we can count on her to shop for us while we have been ordered to shelter in place during the pandemic due to our advanced ages. Rebecca Albrecht's family. Rebecca remarried on November 11th, 8 years ago. Charles Mahan, born in Iran and conversant in 3 languages, was her groom. I had the privilege of walking Rebecca down the aisle in an outdoor wedding arranged at the beautiful residence of her close friend, Paula Rucker. Today, Charles is the foreman at Mercedes in Encino. Rebecca works as creative director at Woodbury University in Burbank. She teaches classes in graphic design and is also working toward a Master of Fine Art at Cal State Los Angeles. Her oldest daughter, Alessandra, is a manager at the Higher Path in Sherman Oaks and was recently named Employee of the Month. She and Sergio Mamikos are planning to be married next year. Sergio works for Electronic Arts. That's the leading publisher of digital games and application worldwide. And he has the job title of Senior Quality Designer. Katie, Rebecca's youngest daughter, works as a training manager and personal trainer at Equinox, an upscale fitness club for wealthy clients. Rebecca is a lifetime dog lover, focusing especially on Gordon setters. Her latest Gordon, an import from Australia, is called Usher. He won Best of Breed in several competitions, as well as Reserve Best in Show. His latest competition was the Beverly Hills Dog Show, televised by NBC Channel 4 on May 17th. There, he placed third in the sporting group. Matthew Albrecht's family. Matthew married Tiffany Schweikert on June 19, 2005, on the shores of Lake Tahoe. Next month, they will be celebrating their 15th wedding anniversary. Both are school counselors, Matthew for a Reno, Nevada high school, and Tiffany for one of its middle schools. They have two children, Ensley, who celebrated his 13th birthday this month, and Zoshi, who will be celebrating her 11th on October 9. Zoshi is a star soccer player at her school, and Ensley has become a semi-professional actor, having performed in a number of TV commercials. Mark's family. Mark and Jamie will be celebrating their 20th wedding anniversary on June 25th. Mark has the title Heavy Equipment Mechanic and is considered one of the best in the business as he works for the Department of Water and Power in Bishop, California. Jamie is a stay-at-home mom, tending to the needs of Sophia and Lucas, and homeschooling them during the pandemic. Lucas celebrated his 5th birthday on February 3rd, and Sophia will be celebrating her 8th birthday on June 28th. Both little ones are anxious to come to Grandma and Grandpa's house for their occasional weekend visit, but the coronavirus has put a damper on those plans. Kim's family. Kim and John Vicker celebrated their 37th anniversary on January 2nd. They work across from each other at our church body's International Center in St. Louis. John, who recently earned his doctorate, has the title of Senior Assistant to the President. That's President Matthew Harrison. And Kim is Executive Assistant to the President. That basically makes her the President's gatekeeper, arranging his commitments, travel, and who can or cannot make an appointment to see him. She does it with such charm and grace that those to whom she must say no go away smiling. That's an unusual gift. Vicker's youngest, Rebecca, was married to Chris Anderson in St. Louis on October 14th, 2017. John performed the ceremony. I was asked to do the scripture readings, and Brock served as crucifer. Kim's two sisters, Rebecca and Suzanne, flew in along with their daughters. Edith naturally flew in with me, and her brother, John Spillner, came from New York. President Matthew Harrison demonstrated his comedic side as he served as Master of Ceremonies at the wedding reception. Rebecca Vicker inherited John's phenomenal musical talent and is now enrolled at the Hart School, University of Hartford, Connecticut, under a full scholarship for her doctorate. Her instrument is the viola. Chris has his PhD in microbiology and is currently working with a team of microbiologists trying to tease secrets out of the coronavirus. Some time ago, Jonathan Vicker set aside his plans for a career as a trumpet player / instructor and accepted a staff position at Truman University in Kirksville, Missouri. He was recently named Director of Retention and Student Success, which gives him oversight over dozens of other staff in the department. Jonathan and his wife, Sarah Maddox, will celebrate their 11th anniversary on August 2nd. She works as a grant writer at A.T. Still University, located in the same city as Truman University. Sarah and Jonathan gave us our first great-grandchildren, Catherine, who will be 4 on December 30, and Madeline, who will be 1 on September 5. That brings to a close my update on our children and their families. Edith and I are proud of each one of them. Postscript. God willing, my bride and I will celebrate our 60th wedding anniversary on August 21. Now, at the age of 83, I am fully retired, sheltering in place due to the coronavirus pandemic, and thanking God for all the good years He has given Edith and me. This concludes Ardons Story.